Hello, and welcome to one of the very first sessions of WordCamp US 2021. I'm Angela Jin, and I'm a community strategist sponsored by Automatic.
And I'm Hammer Clements. I am the social and community manager for GiveWP. Angela, tell us about what we've got going on today.
Yeah, well, we're going to be your MCs for the Columbia track for the next few hours here. If you are on social media, let us all know you are here by using the WordCamp US hashtag. It's WCUS. Before we introduce our first speaker, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank our very generous sponsors who help make WordCamp US possible. First, we have our Grand Canyon sponsors. That's Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. Next, we have our Yosemite sponsors, Amazon Lightsail, Cloudways, Gravity Forms, Green Geeks, SiteGround, Weglot, WP Engine, and Yoast. And of course, our in-kind sponsor, Sticker Giant. Thank you all so much for your considerate support of WordCamp US 2021. And now it's time to introduce our very first speaker of the day. Please join me in welcoming Cory Webb, a longtime engineer of WordPress solutions and current software engineer for Fast, where he leads plugin development. In addition to being a regular WordCamp speaker, he's also an author with a book on CMS design. Cory embraced Gutenberg development as an early adopter and has been building custom blocks since early 2018, which is why you definitely want to hear what he has to say today in his talk on demystifying Gutenberg blocks, understanding first steps to becoming a Gutenberg developer. With that, Cory, over to you.
Welcome to Demystifying Gutenberg Blocks, understanding the first steps to becoming a Gutenberg developer. The WordPress block editor is the future, and with each new release, it becomes a more and more powerful tool for creating rich user experiences. My goal for the next 40 minutes is to create a roadmap to help you start your journey toward embracing Gutenberg as we all embark on the next decade of WordPress development. Today, we're going to start with an introduction, followed by a few things to consider before jumping headlong into creating custom block types. After that, we will discuss some familiar tools to help you get acquainted with Gutenberg development so you can get the most out of the block editor while you work on becoming an expert. Next, we will look at the main things Gutenberg developers should know so you can get a better feel for what you don't yet know. That will lead us into a look at what makes up a block type MVP, or minimum viable product, which will be followed by a discussion on what comes next after you have a firm grasp on the basics of block development. At the end, we will have time for your questions. So my name is Cory Webb, and I live in Waco, Texas, which is the birthplace of Dr. Pepper and home of everyone's favorite HGTV stars, Chip and Joanna Gaines. Most of the time when I'm not working, you'll find me hanging out with my amazing wife and 3 kids, but I also love to travel, play slow-pitch softball, and sing almost anything by Boyz II Men or Garth Brooks at karaoke. I'm a software engineer at Fast. Fast is a fintech startup that offers a fast, one-click checkout solution that makes it quick and easy for customers to buy what they want and helps increase conversion rates and boost sales for sellers. At Fast, I lead the development of the WordPress plugin that integrates the fast checkout experience with WooCommerce stores. I've been building with CMSs since 2003, with my first foray into working with a CMS called Mambo, which later became Joomla. I've been building with WordPress for many years, and prior to my role at Fast, I had the privilege of working with the great team at Reactive, where we fully embraced Gutenberg even before it was officially released. But that's enough about me. Let's talk about block development. Now, if you're anything like me, you want to dive right into building things. That's the fun part, right? It's definitely fun to create something new, and sometimes it's even worthwhile to build something just for the sake of building it. But before you get started, I want to make sure you avoid the temptation to reinvent the wheel. First, know your why. If a suitable block type already exists for the functionality that you need, why do you want to build another one? There may be very valid reasons to build it yourself. You may want to build it for learning purposes as you teach yourself block development. You may have code ownership requirements for a particular project that preclude using a third-party tool, or you might think you have a better way to do it. If you don't have a compelling reason to build it yourself, I recommend using what's already available. Gutenberg was released with WordPress 5.0 in December of 2018, and in less than 3 years, a robust ecosystem has built up around it. Besides the very useful core blocks that come with Gutenberg, there are several other block libraries that offer loads of incredibly useful blocks and other tools for creating rich content. Now, here are just a few of them. And as you can see, there are a lot of options, but we're not here to talk about off-the-shelf block plugins. You're watching this talk because you want to build Gutenberg blocks. So let's get into it. Whenever you're learning anything new, I always recommend starting with something familiar that will help you ease into whatever you're trying to learn. Gutenberg development is no different. There are loads of tools out there to help you get started creating custom block types without having to learn everything. Here are 3 tools with varying degrees of difficulty that will help you get started. First is Genesis Custom Blocks by StudioPress. This tool provides a user-friendly interface to quickly and easily create custom blocks in the WordPress admin. It enables you to create a block in almost the same way that you would create a post or a page. You add a block, add some custom fields to the block, and add HTML, an HTML template, and some CSS, and then publish the block. This is a great starting point for block developers because it helps you gain an understanding of all of the elements that go into creating a custom block. If you've ever created custom templates for advanced custom fields, ACF Blocks offers a relatively easy way to get into custom block development without having to know JavaScript. With ACF Blocks and a little custom PHP code, you can create custom Gutenberg blocks using the powerful custom field tool available in ACF. You use an ACF function to register each custom block, add a custom template to render the output of the block, and then add custom fields for the block in ACF. They provide more detailed documentation, but it's pretty straightforward for developers with experience creating custom templates for ACF. Now, if you're comfortable with things like NPM, JavaScript, and React, then CreateBlock is a great place to get started. CreateBlock is an officially supported Kickstart tool that creates the scaffolding needed to register a custom block type. Now, we'll talk more about this later. For me, the hardest part about getting into new technology is not knowing what I don't know. This becomes a nebulous obstacle and it can be extremely daunting. To help you get past this initial barrier, I want to show you the things that, in my opinion, you need to know, the things that are good to know, and the things that you can learn as you grow as a Gutenberg developer. The list of things that you can learn about Gutenberg development is seemingly endless, and it is ever-changing and growing. However, in order to get started, I believe there are only a handful of things you absolutely need to know. At a minimum, I'm assuming that you have a pretty good understanding of custom WordPress plugin development and that you have experience in writing PHP and JavaScript. Beyond that, the list of need-to-know items comes down to the underlying tools and technology, how to load and register your block type, how to add components to your block, and how to work with block properties or props and attributes. Now, in order to use the development tools available for Gutenberg, you will need to know how to install Node.js so that you can also install NPM, which is a package manager that enables you to install and use the tools needed to build your scripts. The first NPM package that you will want to install on your project is the WordPress scripts package, which will help you build your custom scripts. The Create Block tool I mentioned earlier adds this package for you. Many of the code tools you will need come in the form of NPM packages and should be added as dependencies to your project. when you install a package with npm to your project, it adds that package as a dependency. Now, this basically just means that it tells the script builder that you need these packages. Now, here are some of the most commonly used packages. So the WordPress blocks, block editor, components, I18N, which is actually short for internationalization, which is just another word for handling translations, element, and editor. Gutenberg is built on top of the JavaScript framework React. And while you don't need to become a React expert, it does help to gain a basic understanding of the fundamentals of React, because it will help you understand the why behind how Gutenberg blocks are structured. The WordPress element package listed on the previous slide is essentially an abstraction layer on top of React, so it gives you access to the tools available in React. Here are a couple of really great courses on React that I highly recommend. First is React for Beginners by Wes Boss, and second is React Explained by Zach Gordon. Along with learning React, you should also become familiar with JSX and ES6. JSX is a syntax extension for JavaScript that looks and feels like HTML, but has the full power of JavaScript objects. ES6 is version 6 of the JavaScript coding language standard, and most modern JavaScript is written in ES6. Most browsers don't yet support ES6, but with NPM and the WordPress scripts package, you can compile your scripts into a script that is supported by modern browsers. The React for Beginners course contains good explanations of both JSX and ES6. The first code you should be writing when you create a block type is the code that tells WordPress that the block type exists. WordPress 5.5 introduced a new way to register block types using a block metadata file called block.json. As of version 5.8, this is the preferred way to register a block type. To do this, first you need to create a file for your block type called block.json that contains the metadata that defines your block type. As of WordPress 5.8, you can register this block type by calling the register block type PHP function from an init action handler, and in the first parameter of the function, you reference the location of the block.json file. This method not only tells WordPress details about your block type, like its name, title, description, and attributes, but it also tells WordPress where your block JavaScript and CSS files are, and it enqueues them for you. You also need to register your block type in your JavaScript using the register block type JavaScript function. Now with this function, you can either pass in a metadata object imported from the block.json file, or you can pass in the block type arguments manually and in the second parameter where you define the edit and save objects. And we'll talk more about that later. Now, if you are using an older version of WordPress, or you cannot guarantee that the site that uses your block is on WordPress 5.8, you can still load and register your block type the old-fashioned way. And by old-fashioned way, I mean the way people did it a couple of months ago. First, you need to manually enqueue your block scripts and style sheets. The best action to use for this is enqueue block editor assets, because it only loads assets when the block editor is loaded. The hooks WP enqueue scripts and admin enqueue scripts would also technically work here, but those are not targeted to the block editor and would load your scripts in places where they are not needed. Now, the register block type PHP function is optional with this approach because it may be needed. It's optional with this approach, but it may be needed if you intend to create a dynamic block or employ server-side rendering. And again, we'll talk more about those two things a little bit later. You will, however, still need to register your block type in JavaScript with the register block type JavaScript function. I mentioned before. This time, instead of passing a metadata object as the first parameter, you pass in the name of the block type. The second parameter is still an object that contains the various parameters needed to define the block type. After you register your block type, you start adding components to it. Components are JavaScript objects that perform a particular function. And the kind folks at Gutenberg have provided a huge library of components that you can use. You add components to the edit and save objects that get added as parameters in the register block type function. The edit object is used to display the block type's user interface within the block editor, and the save object is used to save what gets displayed on the front end of the site. Now, both are typically added as JavaScript functions, and the returned value from each function consists of their respective outputs. Now, this is where you will typically use JSX objects that look like HTML tags. One commonly used component is the inspector controls component. This component is a wrapper for other components, and it is used to add settings to the block settings sidebar. When the inspector controls component is added, this is how Gutenberg knows to render its contents in the settings sidebar. Another component is the block controls component, which is also a wrapper for other components, and it's used to add buttons to the block's toolbar. Now, other commonly used components are a little more obvious in what they do. For example, the rich text component makes a rich text or WYSIWYG editor available to use within a block. The button component is for adding, you guessed it, a button. The text control component is for adding basic text input field for shorter text strings, and the text area control is for adding a text area field for longer unformatted text strings. Over time, you'll get more and more familiar with all of the components that are available to you. Props or properties are variables that are passed to all blocks and are available via the edit function. The most commonly used props are the attributes object and the set attributes function. Without getting into too much detail about how React stores and manages data, the attributes object gets saved with each instance of your block, and the set attributes function is the way that you update the values that are stored in the attributes object. There are a few things that are good to know, but they aren't absolutely necessary to get up and running with block development. The first thing that will be good to know is the difference between editor assets and front-end assets. Now, editor assets are the scripts and style sheets that are loaded within the block editor in order to make your block type available. These are enqueued via the enqueue block editor assets action that we talked about earlier. Front-end assets are the scripts and style sheets that your block type might need in order to render properly on the front end of the site. You would enqueue these via the standard WP enqueue scripts action. The output of standard blocks is saved to the output of the post or sidebar that is using the block, and it is rendered as is on the front end of the site. Dynamic blocks are typically used to render the content that is dynamic in nature, like a list of most recent posts, for example. This works by rendering content on the server with PHP using a render callback parameter that defines the PHP function used to render the block output. The server-side render component can be used in the block type's edit parameter to render the block output within the editor. Now, I debated if internationalization was a need-to-know or a good-to-know aspect of Gutenberg development, and I settled on good-to-know. Now, if you know that your block's UI will need to be translated in more than one language, you should probably consider this a need-to-know item. The WordPress i18n package provides a double underscore function that provides internationalization support for text strings used within your block type. You put the original non-translated string into the function along with the text domain of your plugin. That makes it possible to provide translation strings for each string that uses this function. It provides other helpers like a sprintf function and other translation functions to closely mirror the internationalization support that WordPress provides in PHP. The isSelected flag is a very helpful tool for knowing when your block is currently selected within the editor. You can use this flag as a condition for showing or hiding certain elements within your block's UI when the block is selected. Now, so far, we've looked at several things that you need to know and that are good to know when it comes to Gutenberg development. Sometimes it can feel like drinking from a fire hose. The good news is you don't have to learn it all right now. Once you are comfortable with the need to know and good to know aspects of Gutenberg development, the next things I would encourage you to look at are the WordPress data package and creating plugin sidebars. The data package provides tools to help you manage the application state within the editor. Now, the state in a React application is an object that contains information about the current situation of that application. That all rhymed. The WordPress data object provides access to this state so that you can manage data between various modules within the application. For example, the select component gives you access to things like the post URL, the number of blocks used in the post metadata, and more. The dispatch component makes it possible to set things like post metadata. Now, this data gets stored in the application state, and then when the post or widget is saved, it gets stored to the database. Now, a plugin sidebar is a custom sidebar for the editor that you can create to add additional functionality to a post. The primary use case is for adding custom fields that can be stored as post meta, but it can also be used for things like pulling in and displaying relevant outside data. You can think of it as the next generation equivalent of custom meta boxes. Now, we've talked a lot about what things you need to know, so let's take some time now to put it into practice by building a basic block type as a minimally viable product, or MVP. First, you'll need to set up a local development environment if you don't already have one. Here are a few options that make it easy to set up a local WordPress development environment. Now, the easy ones offer a graphic user interface that handles the hard stuff for you. So you have local by Flywheel and DevKinsta by Kinsta. The intermediate ones also provide a graphic user interface that sets up the server for you, but you still need to manually install WordPress. And two options here are MAMP and XAMPP. And then advanced options require some configuration and a level of comfort with the command line are VVV or Docker. Now, the Create Block tool I mentioned earlier is a really great starting point for your project. It doesn't do everything for you, but it sets up the basics for you. If you don't already have Node.js and NPM installed, you'll need to do that first. Once those are installed, open up your command line tool. I'm using Terminal in Mac. In the command line, change directories into the plugins directory of your WordPress installation. Then run this command, npx space @WordPress/create-block. Then, when prompted, add a slug to use for the block type. For this, I'll use MVP-block, all lowercase. And in this case, it should always be all lowercase letters and dashes. Now, after that, give the block a namespace. This might be your name, the name of your company, or some other significant string of lowercase letters and dashes. Now, for the title, I'll just call this one WordCamp US MVP block. It will ask you to enter a few more parameters, and you can answer those in whatever way makes sense for your plugin. Once you've done all that, Create Block will install the necessary dependencies, including the WordPress scripts package and it will create the block.json metadata file for you. Now let's take a look at some of the code that this generated for us. The mvp-block.php file is the entry point into the plugin. Note that the name of the file matches the slug that I entered when I ran the create block command. This file only contains the init action with a call to register block type. Notice that for the first parameter, it just uses the directory magic constant. This tells WordPress to look in the same directory as the current file for a block.json file. The block.json file exists in the same directory as the mvp-block.php directory, which is the root directory of the plugin that was created. Now let's take note of a few things in this file. It includes the name of the block, a version number, the title, category, icon, description, a supports object, text domain, and the editor assets and front-end styles. The supports object provides a list of Gutenberg features that the block supports or does not support. Now, in this one, we set HTML to false. And by default, you can switch a block to HTML mode and edit the underlying HTML of a block directly. Now, by setting HTML to false here, this disables the HTML mode for your block. That can be useful if you want to prevent users from editing the HTML directly. Before we finish, we're going to add an attributes object to this list so that we can include an attribute that will be stored with the block. There are a few files in the source or src folder. The index.js file is the entry point to the block code. The build scripts are configured to look for this file first, and all other script files are imported here. In this file, the register block type JavaScript function is imported and called. It uses the block name for the first parameter and the block configuration for the second parameter. Since most of the configuration parameters are defined in the block.json file, all we need to do is add the edit and save objects. To simplify this file, the edit and save objects are defined in their own separate files and imported into this file. This is a common practice for modern JavaScript, and it's really useful. It's a really useful way to organize your code. The edit.js file contains the edit object for the block. The return value of this object defines the user interface for this block in the editor. We will add some components to this object to render a more interactive block for editing some basic text with a rich text editor. The save.js file contains the save object for the block. The return value of this object defines the saved front-end output for the block. This is defined with JSX objects that look like HTML, but when it gets saved, it is rendered as true HTML. Now that you have a working plugin, you can add some attributes and components to create an interactive block editing experience. We will keep it simple here by using the rich text component to display a paragraph. Let's start by adding the attributes that we need. Since we are trying to output a user-entered paragraph, we need an attribute to store that paragraph. For this, we can create one called content. There are several ways to define an attribute, and I won't go into all of them here. The main thing you need to know is that you have to define a type for each attribute. This could be a Boolean, an object, an array, a string, or a number. In this case, we just need a string. Attributes can either be saved in an HTML comment at the top of the block or in the block content itself. For this example, we can just store the value of the block content in the paragraph or P tag that is generated by the rich text component. For that, we have to define the value source of the attribute, which in this case is HTML. We also have to define the element selector that contains the attribute value, because you might have multiple attributes that have different source selectors. Since we only have a single paragraph P tag, the selector is just P. By adding this attributes object to our block.json file, we have told WordPress and Gutenberg that our block has one attribute called content that gets stored in the block HTML inside a p tag. Once we have this defined, we can set up our components. There are dozens of different components that you can use to create your block type, and one of the most powerful ones is the rich text component. It loads a mini WYSIWYG editor right inside your block, so users can add content and see the changes that they are making. The first thing you need to do when adding a component is import it. Since we are adding this to the editor, we want to first add it to our edit object that is defined in the edit.js file. There are a couple of ways to do that, but first you need to know which package it is a part of. The rich text component is a part of the WordPress block-editor package, which CreateBlock has already added as a dependency to our project. One way to import a component is to use the aptly named import function. It looks like this: import rich text from WordPress/block-editor. Now the curly brackets provide a way to import an object from within the parent object of the package. This is the equivalent of doing something like this: import block editor from @WordPress/block-editor, and then const rich text equals block-editor.richtext. Another way to import a component is to define it as a const variable like this: const rich text equals wp.block-editor. This is the equivalent of what we did above. Now, I prefer doing it this way whenever possible, but the choice is really up to you. Next, we can add the component to the return value of the edit object. The rich text tool has a few attributes that need to be added to it in order for it to do what we want. First, we need to add the tag name attribute, which tells the tool which tag to render for the text entered into it. For example, the value should be P for our example, the value should be P for our paragraph tag. Next is the value attribute. This is the value of our content attribute we defined earlier. Before we can use it, we need to make sure it gets passed into the edit object. The props object is available to the edit object, so we just need to use it. First, add props as a parameter in the function. Then you can access the attributes object from props, and from there you can access the content attributes value. We will also need the set attributes function, which can also be pulled from the props object. Next, you need to tell Gutenberg what to do whenever the user changes the text in the component. For this, you add an onChange attribute, which provides an event handler to handle whenever the value is changed. In the onChange attribute, you can either add a function inside curly brackets or you can reference a predefined function. For this example, let's add a function inside the curly brackets. This type of function is called an arrow function, and it is a shorthand way of defining a function in JavaScript. The onChange function takes a value parameter that you can name however you want, and then you can do whatever you need to do with that value. For something like this, it makes sense to use the name of the value attribute, content, because you can then just pass the variable into the set attributes function. The placeholder attribute is a useful attribute to improve the user experience by prompting the user with what type of content should be added in the editor. You can set this to something like type content here. And with the edit object in place, we can turn our attention to the save object, which returns the saved output of the block. This is in the save.js file that CreateBlock created for us. For this, we can also use the rich text component, but we need to add .content to the name of the component to indicate that we want to use the content renderer of the component rather than load the editor. Here, we only need to add the tag name and value attributes. As a reminder, the tag name should be P and the value should be our content value or our content attribute, which we need to get from the props object that is passed into the save function. Now that our block code is in place, we are ready to build it. Fortunately, CreateBlock has made this easy for us by setting up build scripts that we can use. Let's take a look at the package.json file. This is the npm configuration file that contains our list of dependencies and a list of npm scripts that we can run. The first script, build, is the one we want to use here. First, open up your command line tool and change directories into the new plugin directory. Then you can run the build script with this command, npm run build. From there, the npm and the WordPress scripts package will take care of the rest. It combines the source JavaScript files into a single file called index.js in the build folder. And since this built file already referenced in the block.json file, WordPress already knows to load it when the editor is loaded. If you want to test this out, open up your WordPress admin, activate the plugin, and add this new block to a post or page. Now, I've made this code available to you on GitHub at github.com/coryweb/WCUS-MVP so that you can download it and test it for yourself. Now that we've learned what you need to know about Gutenberg development and built an MVP block, what's next? As a next step, I would encourage you to extend the MVP block that we built, share your code with the world, and just keep learning. There's a lot you can do with the MVP block to make it better. You can add some toolbar controls and inspector controls to give the user more control over the block. You can add some attributes to extend the data that gets stored and rendered with the block. You might want to add some styles to the block in the editor and on the front end. The list can go on, but the more you experiment and try new things, the more you will learn and get comfortable with it. WordPress is built on a community of sharing. Many of us owe our careers to the generosity of others who have selflessly shared their knowledge and their code with the world. As you grow and create, take the time to share with others. Write tutorials, contribute to the core documentation, share your code on GitHub or in the WordPress plugin directory. Each one of you has a unique perspective and insights to contribute, and I sincerely hope that you will share it. Most of all, keep learning. In preparing for this talk, I've realized that there are still a lot of things that I don't know about Gutenberg development. That's both daunting and exciting because I know that the more I learn, the more I will be able to create new and better things. There are no perfect developers and there are no imposters. There are only people who are at different stages of learning and growth on the path toward becoming the best developers that they can be. Thank you so much for your time, and now I'll take any questions that you may have.
Cory, hi. Thank you for joining us. That was wonderful.
Hi, thanks.
So we have quite a few questions for you. So we're going to move through those pretty quickly.
Okay.
We have about 18-ish minutes. So the first question that we have is, if you were going to start learning to build Gutenberg blocks today, what is the first thing that you would do?
So the first thing that I would do is learn React. So I would go to the courses that I mentioned within the talk. One was from Wes Bos, and Bos is spelled with one S, so it's WESBOS.com. I would go to that website. He's got a lot of great courses on learning React. And then also JavaScript for WP.com is Zach Gordon's service or his website. He has a ton of great tutorials specifically about writing JavaScript within the context of WordPress. And so, yeah, I would start there, learning as much as I can from those tutorials. And along with that, I would just start making stuff, right? I mean, like you learn best when you just start doing it. And so that's what I would do first is tutorials, and just start building stuff, start tinkering, and make the mistakes and learn from the mistakes, and just keep growing.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point about learning by doing, right? Because I think so many of us get overwhelmed and we overthink and we worry too much. So just getting in there and doing the dang thing, is probably really important.
Right.
So where do you see block development going over the next several years? What do you see for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I think in like the state of WordPress, what do they call it? The talk that Matt Mullenweg gives at the end of WordCamp US every year. I think he really laid it out. I mean, I think you over the next few years, you want to see where basically this whole full site editing experience, right, where you can edit the whole site using Gutenberg blocks. We're already kind of there with the release of WordPress 5.8, where they introduced blocks for widgets. So the widget editor is totally different in WordPress 5.8, and now you can put any Gutenberg block in the widget editor. So to me, that I think we're almost there, right, with full site editing, but we're not quite there yet. I think there's still some way to go. But like with with updates in themes, the new like Theme.json files, where you can define global styles and settings and things like that. I think that's the future. I think that's where everything's going.
Okay, excellent. We have some questions coming in from the audience that is watching right now. So let's hop into those. So Mark Root Wiley says that he's hesitant to install an entire block library for a single block that he needs. Do you have any advice on dealing with that when trying to avoid making custom blocks?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one, right? Because, it's kind of all or nothing in some cases. Like there's a ton of great block libraries, and sometimes you just want that one really good block. I would say, I mean, unless you have just like a really good reason not to, I mean, go ahead and install that whole library. But, if you really want to save space or, avoid installing an entire library, maybe you build the same thing yourself. I don't know. Or if you want to get real crafty, maybe you download that library and pull out that one block that you need and rebuild it within your own context, assuming it's GPL, right? Assuming the license allows for that. But yeah, I mean, I guess there's a few ways you could go about that, right?
Yeah, I guess so. The next question is from Andy Pandy, and they want to know, how is Gutenberg different or better than Drupal?
Different or better than Drupal? I don't know. That's a good question. So my experience with Drupal goes back years ago, right? I haven't really touched it in a long time. I know that Drupal does a really good job with like custom taxonomies and custom content types, which is essentially what we have: custom post types and custom taxonomies in WordPress. So it's kind of the same thing. It's as far as that kind of structure goes. Gutenberg is really just the editing experience. It's how you create content within the platform and within the system. And so it's kind of apples and oranges comparing Gutenberg to Drupal. In fact, I don't know where that is right now, but there has been an effort in Drupal to actually port over Gutenberg so that you could use the same functionality within Drupal. I don't know if that still exists or if anything came of that, but I know that's something that has came up whenever Gutenberg was first introduced. So I don't know.
Okay. Gosh, we've got lots of questions coming in. So let's move to the next one from Tom. And he wants to know, will Gutenberg steer away from saving markup in the database? He says he keeps hearing it's a really bad practice and it's keeping us away from using Gutenberg. And he'd like to know your thoughts.
To not save markup in the database. I guess I don't quite understand that. Depends on the block, right? I mean, like, if you create a dynamic block that loads in server-side rendered content, like maybe a list of recent posts or something like that, that doesn't store the markup directly in the database, it stores like a reference to that block. Now, other blocks, like if you drop in the paragraph block, it's going to store that paragraph tag in the post or in the widget or wherever you're adding that. So I guess I can't think of a good reason not to do that. I mean, I know in some cases maybe there's too much markup, and maybe it wouldn't be portable to some other system or some other context. But I don't see that happening. But I don't know. I'm not involved in those kind of decisions. I hope that answered your question, Tom.
And Cory, this is a great question. Dave McHale is wondering if you can speak about block patterns at all. In their opinion, it's a super exciting place that we're going that demonstrate the power of using blocks, custom or not. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, totally. I mean, so I know a little bit about block patterns. I know it has to do with basically combining blocks into groups of blocks to make something cool out of it, right? And something that's kind of pre-built. To me, that's a great tool, right? Because I spend a lot of time as a developer for my clients, and I build them a WordPress website. So here you go, add content, and then I don't have a whole lot of control over what that looks like whenever they start adding content to the site. Now with something like block patterns, I can create a bunch of these block patterns and say, here you go, here's some patterns for you to use when you add content to your site. And that way, I have a little bit more control over what they're doing with that. So in a lot of ways, it gives the developer a little bit more control to template out what, ultimately what the content producers are going to create. So yeah, I think it's a great tool. It's definitely, that sort of paradigm has existed for a while. I mean, you have things, like patterns in other page builders like, Beaver Builder or Elementor or whatever. It's a similar kind of paradigm, and I think it's a great tool and a great way to template out and control kind of the ultimate output of what the content creators are going to create.
Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Sure.
There's so many questions coming in. These are so great. So from Jeremy, Jeremy says that he's struggled to adopt Gutenberg since it was released. And he wants to know what the benefits he gets for himself or for his clients by adopting the technical overhead of Gutenberg over ACF flexible fields.
I guess it depends on the level that you want to go to as far as the custom development that you're providing, right? I mean, I mentioned early on, there's a lot of great tools out there that you don't necessarily even have to get into you don't have to get into all the JavaScript and learning the deep understanding of how to build out this stuff, because there's actually tools that you can use to build that stuff. So to me, I think it's about providing value to your clients, giving them something useful. And frankly, there's tools, off-the-shelf tools that you can use to do that. And within the context of Gutenberg, I mean, to me, it's what I'm seeing as part of that question is, would it be better to just turn off Gutenberg, use the classic editor, and do something with ACF blocks, kind of the way we used to do things, right? Where you create a bunch of fields and they fill out the fields. That's kind of a philosophical question, and I can't really fully answer that for you. But I mean, to me, that was a great way of doing things, because as the developer, you could build out these templates, and the content creator is just filling in some fields that you predefined. I mean, Gutenberg is essentially the same thing, but within Gutenberg, it's visual, so they can actually see what they're creating within the block editor, within the visual editor. And so it provides that much more value. It gives them a lot more comfort level with what the content that they're adding, because they can, they can see what it's going to look like. So I don't know. Hopefully that answered your question.
So overall, it provides a little bit more value to Jeremy's clients. We think it's worth
Absolutely,
adopting
yes.
that technical bit. Yeah, excellent. Okay. So Angela, do you have any questions for him right now, or can I move on to the next question?
Yeah, I saw a question from Moses, following up on your earlier suggestions around some resources. Do you have any resources on using React with WordPress, something more intermediate or advanced?
I mean, the two resources that I mentioned earlier have, I mean, JavaScript for WP.com has a ton of resources. It's got a lot of great tutorials and videos and things like that that I would recommend. I know that there's a lot of resources out there for, learning just kind of things about Gutenberg. There's a site called fullsiteediting.com that I think talks about, the whole process of full site editing and what that's going to look like. I don't know if it gets into React or not, but yeah. And as far as like using React with WordPress, here's one of the things that for me getting into Gutenberg, I worried about was like, well, what is this going to look like on the front end? Am I going to have to write all this React code for the front end of my website? And really the React kind of only exists in the editor, right? Like the front end is still kind of the same as it used to be. Gutenberg just is the user interface and the React is for that. So, but unless you're building out some other sort of, front end application, if you're doing like a headless WordPress implementation, you probably need to know React or, Next.js or one of those other kind of frameworks that deals with, or Gatsby or whatever, the frameworks that deal with headless WordPress. And that's kind of a whole other topic and a whole other set of, things to learn.
What about third-party packages from the React ecosystem to help build blocks? Rory has a question about that. Are there packages that you can bring in?
I mean, yeah. So Gutenberg is just built on top of React. So theoretically, you can pull in any React package that does whatever you need it to do. You can pull it in as a component. You have to install it as a dependency to your project, and then you would just import it. Now, in some cases, you might run into issues because sometimes they try to pull in their own, they try to load React themselves, and then you've got two versions of React loaded at the same time, and so sometimes you run into conflicts there. But generally, you can use any React components that you can find.
Okay,
I don't know the specific ones off the top of my head, but it's possible. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So we're gonna, Andy, again, she has a second question, wants to know what the pitfalls of blocks are. If there are any.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the pitfalls, kind of going back to Tom's question about storing the markup in the database. Mm-hmm. If you look at what gets stored on a post that you've created with Gutenberg, there's a lot of markup in there that is a little confusing, and it's not super portable. So if you're trying to port that over, like, let's say, God forbid, you have to, migrate off of WordPress onto, Drupal or Joomla or something else, right? Some other platform. It might be difficult. Like it may be problematic trying to port Gutenberg posts over into another platform. So but let's assume that you're never going to do that. To me, I think staying within the context of WordPress and Gutenberg, it makes sense, and I think it works. But to me, that's one potential pitfall. Beyond that, I don't know. I mean, it's essentially Gutenberg is just an editor, right? It's just a visual editor. So it's just it's another way of creating content and putting the content on your website. So that's about it, I guess.
All right. Well, we've got about 4 minutes left. Angela, do you have a question that you want to ask?
Cory, I would love to invite you to share. Maybe is there a project that you're working on that you're really excited about that you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, I mean, so I work for a company called Fast. We do one-click checkout for e-commerce websites, and so my role at Fast is to do the integration with WooCommerce, right? And so I have a lot of ownership of that plugin. I get to do a lot of cool stuff with it, like build out Gutenberg blocks, create a custom post type that with custom blocks that do some cool stuff. And the code for that's actually it's all open source. It's all available on GitHub. If you want to ask me about it later, I can share a link with you. It's also on the plugin directory if you want to take a look at it. But yeah, just having a really great time working on that project and really, getting to do some innovative and cool stuff with integrating with WooCommerce and stuff like that. So yeah.
Fantastic.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Cory, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us today and for sharing your insight into all things blocks. All right. And if you are just joining us, we've just wrapped up a session. So I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. First, we have our Grand Canyon sponsors. That's Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. We also have our Redwood sponsors. That's 10Web, Blackbird, CHRS Interactive, Domain.me, EasyWP, InMotion Hosting, Ionos, Nexus, a Liquid Web brand, Paid Membership Pro, Pantheon, Posimuth Innovations, Shifter, and Stellar WP. Thank you all very much, sponsors. We could not do this without you. One thing that sponsors help with is swag. We have so much swag for you, digital swag for everyone, physical swag for ticket holders, but there are limited quantities available. So go get it quick. You can go find the swag link on the WordCamp US homepage. It should be right in the middle there. And speaking of sponsors, I hope you can hang out with me here for a few more minutes. We've got a great interview with GoDaddy Pro lined up. You won't want to miss it. And after that, there will be a quick break during which you can check out the job fair or visit our sponsors page. And you can also leave feedback for speakers on the WordCamp US website as well. So come back and join us at 10:15 a.m. Pacific time for another exciting session. See you in a bit.
Hi, WordPressers, Megan here, and I'm chatting with Adam Warner from GoDaddy Pro. So Adam, I hear GoDaddy is hiring. What kinds of positions do you have available?
Oh man, are we? If you go to our careers page, you'll see that we're, as of today, there's 210 positions open with GoDaddy, and that includes the GoDaddy Pro team as well. So those positions run anywhere from software engineering to marketing and business analysts. And we have, as of today, 7 positions tagged with keyword WooCommerce. So if anyone here is into WooCommerce in any way, or WordPress or GoDaddy or GoDaddy Pro, I welcome you to visit our careers page. It's a great place to work, and I'm so glad I made the move here almost 3 years ago.
Awesome. So what is your favorite thing about working at GoDaddy?
Well, my favorite thing is the cross-team collaboration. And it may sound like marketing fluff, and I guarantee it's not. Anyone who knows me, I'm straight to the point and authentic. For me, it is a culture of inclusivity. There is a focus on diversity, and everyone has a voice. If I want to contact the CEO, I can shoot him a Slack message, and that goes across the entire company. It really is a team effort, and that's what they really promote here, is that we're all working together for the benefit of our customers. And so let's make it the best it can be.
That's great. So thank you so much for being here today, Adam. And for everyone watching, be sure to go to the job board page where we've linked over to the open positions at GoDaddy Pro.
Thanks, Megan.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to the WordCamp US 2021 Columbia track. If you are just joining us, I'm Angela, and I'm a community strategist sponsored by Automatic.
And I'm Camber. I work for GiveWP, and as a social media and community manager, it is absolutely imperative that I remind you to please use hashtag WCUS in your posts across all of your social media channels today. Angela, let's give a big thanks to our sponsors and get started.
Yes, let's thank our fabulous sponsors who help make WordCamp US possible. First up is our Grand Canyon sponsors, Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. Next, we have our Yosemite sponsors, Amazon Lightsail, Cloudways, Gravity Forms, Green Geeks, SiteGround, Weglot, WP Engine, and Yoast. And of course, we have our in-kind sponsor, Sticker Giant. Thank you all so much. WordCamp US is thrilled to have you as our partners. All right, let's welcome our next speaker, Rich Tabor. Rich has recently joined Extendify as their head of product. He was previously with GoDaddy as their senior product manager of WordPress Experience, where he founded CoBlocks and Theme Beans. Rich is ecstatic about the future of WordPress and how we are on the forefront of democratizing publishing at a whole new level with Gutenberg and full site editing. And it is with this enthusiasm that Rich is here with us today to talk about building modern WordPress sites, the interplay of blocks, patterns, and Theme.json. Rich, tell us all about it.
Hey everyone. You might be tuning in because you're looking for what's next in WordPress. Or perhaps you were intrigued by the various buzzwords in my session title, like modern, blocks, patterns, and Theme.json. Or maybe you were taken by the very first word, building. Realistically, building and publishing are synonymous. In their simplest forms, both consist of putting together pieces to be digested online. This modern toolset I'm pitching today will show you just how empowering this next wave of WordPress innovation will be for both. So in this session, I'm going to walk you through the art of building a modern WordPress website, leveraging the best of WordPress. I'm Rich Tabor, newly the head of product at Extendify, where we extend the best of WordPress through innovative Gutenberg-first solutions. Previously, I was the senior product manager for WordPress Experience at GoDaddy, co-founded CoBlocks, a suite of page building blocks, and started up Theme Beans, a theme shop of old. In short, WordPress Experience is my jam. Empowering folks to make their aspirations a reality is what drives me every single day. My goal in this session is to introduce you to these newly minted big picture components of full site editing, Gutenberg, and block themes for you to explore. So let's talk about full site editing, block template parts, global styles, Theme.json, block patterns, and registered block styles. Starting with full site editing. So what exactly is this whole full site editing thing? When the block editor first launched in 2018, it simply replaced what we now call the classic editor. Press edit and you'll see a new block editor, which allows you to then build and publish with blocks. That was the case up until the introduction of full site editing into WordPress core, which technically landed in part within WordPress 5.8 earlier this year, but will be more widely available in the next release this December. Full site editing provides a collection of features that bring the familiar experience and extendability of blocks to all parts of a site, not just the site content. Think headers, footers, sidebars, navigation, your site logo, basically everything. In the entirety of full site editing, there are 7 focus areas or key features. Let's start from the nucleus itself, the site editor. The site editor is a cohesive experience that allows you to directly edit and navigate between various templates, template parts, styling options, and more. So let's take a look at this thing. If you have a block theme active on your site, you'll see a new Site Editor WordPress menu item. Click that and you'll end up here in the Site Editor. From this view, you can edit your site from a holistic experience. You may view individual templates provided by the theme, such as the singular post template, the index, 404, and archive templates, or even dive further into the templates that you've created for yourself, including template parts. Now, all this talk about templates and template parts within the site editor brings up a new and interesting capability: template editing. Full site editing is all about empowerment, pulling what was previously hard-coded into themes to instead be driven by the folks like yourself. It provides a direct editing experience that allows you to edit, swap out, and create block template and block template parts. Both block templates and block template parts are conceptually similar to the traditional PHP-based hard-coded template files within a theme today, but there are some key differences. For one, both are entirely HTML-based and composed 100% of blocks. For example, instead of using the getTitle function to display a title on a page, you would now use the post title block within the block template. Block template parts are very similar to block templates, the key difference being that template parts are meant to be reusable components across the site, referenced within a block template. To opt into the site editor in its entirety, a theme needs to provide an index.html file within the top-level block templates directory, while its block template parts will be added to the top-level block template parts directory. I mentioned earlier how the site editor is built to abstract ultimate control from a theme. Well, block templates are the first look at this, because they can be modified or even completely swapped out while still maintaining the theme. We're approaching a world of theming where the theme is the starting point of the site, not the end. Here's a view of the block theme running on my blog, richtabor.com. Within the block templates directory, I have an index.html file that is built with blocks entirely, laying out what the index view of my blog should look like. I designed a block template part for my header, and I'm referencing it here within my template. I'm also using a different block template for my posts and pages, and I've created a custom template that renders only the post content using the post content block, of course, without any block template parts added. And speaking of block template parts, this is my blog loaded in the site editor with the new template part block selected. From here, I can pick a template part, perhaps my site header, to be applied to the page. Block template parts are incredibly useful for content that is site-wide, perfect for editing, swapping, or creating new headers and footers. The second focus of full site editing is to build out a mechanism to browse between the various entities of full site editing. That includes all the template browsing I just shared, as well as being able to browse between post types and the new global styles interface. So here's a view of my site's About page, now accessible from within the site editor. I may browse between each page on my site, all the posts, and access each of my templates as well. Access to the new Global Styles interface can be achieved by selecting the icon next to this settings cog. The icon itself is not finalized, but this placement here will likely remain. Now we'll dive further into global styles here in a bit, but first let's explore the blocks that make site editing possible. The third feature set of full site editing zeroes in on the navigation and query loop blocks. To build an encompassing experience for editing a site's templates, a number of additional blocks were needed, but these two in particular are incredibly important. The navigation block allows you to add a set of links for site visitors to navigate with. It's been a work in progress for quite a while now, but it's finally coming along. Here's what it looks like today. Adding a navigation block within a header block template area will place the menu on every page built with this block template. You can add new pages, social icons, custom links, submenus, and then follow through with styling by setting navigation display alignment as well. There is an effort to make the navigation block a bit more streamlined, which would be quite interesting, as a cleaner experience with navigation is critical to building out the site. The query loop block is super interesting. It's basically the WordPress loop with an interface. The block allows you to display content from a post type and is especially useful for index and archive views. Some highlights are that the post type referenced is indeed interchangeable, and it employs just about all of the existing parameters from the WordPress loop that you already know. Here's the query loop block on my site. In addition to the loop parameter, I can also set to display this as a list or as columns. As you can see within the list view that I have opened on the left, the query loop block is built with a number of blocks within it, including a query pagination block, which adds the numeral pagination to the bottom of this page. And here's a view of the more advanced parameters that you may control within the query loop block. If you'd like to get into the nitty-gritty, you can. Change the post type in the sidebar. Setting the order is now possible. Adding a filter to then pull from specific categories, authors, or tags is all doable. And within the toolbar, you can set the items per page and offset value. The offset value is particularly handy if you're using the query loop block as a form of related content. Traditionally, this would require a good bit of PHP stuck within a rigid template provided by the theme. But with the query loop block, all of this is now driven with an interface instead. While the navigation and query loop blocks pull in a great deal of needed functionality into full site editing, there is a whole new class of blocks that have been built specifically for use within block templates and template parts. We call these theme blocks. Theme blocks are contextual blocks designed to display content relative to a post within block templates and block template parts. Think of all the bits and pieces of a WordPress post or page that is not established within the block editor, such as titles, tags, categories, authors, publish dates, and any other post meta. Check this out. Here's a singular view of the block theme running on my site. Once again, this is opened up within the site editor. On the left, I have the collection of theme blocks pulled up for reference. Just to call out a few here, the post title block renders the post title. The post featured image block renders the featured image attached to my post here. And the post author is added to the page by using the post author block. Now, to abstract away from the post itself, we also have my header template part, which is pulled in from the template part block, as well as the navigation block within that template part. In all, block templates are composed of blocks, but more specifically, they leverage these theme blocks quite heavily. So why? Why should I build block templates with these theme blocks? The answer is always empowerment. As a user, not as the developer of this theme, I can now edit this template, perhaps removing this estimated reading time block, hit save, and now my site is updated. This is the smallest of changes, but prior to this, it would require the theme to provide some sort of customizer option or theme setting, or in most cases, a bit of a display none custom CSS. Now, if we think even bigger, as a user, you could change this singular view entirely. Add a sidebar, move the featured image above the heading, make it wider. The list goes on. And all of this is possible from the core experience of the site editor. So up to this point, I focused in on the blocks, the content served in the form of templates. Now let's cross over into the art of styling with global styles. Global Styles is a new full site editing interface to empower users to change the overall style of a site without having to edit individual blocks or pages. It's global. And it's also experimental, but very promising. So let's dive right in. Here's the Global Styles interface as it stands today. There are two key areas within Global Styles. That is, styling the root element and styling by block type. By root, I mean the highest level parent element in the DOM. Applying a different font or background color here will apply those changes across the entire site. While root is a top-level style mechanism for the site, diving into individual block types opens up a whole new level of configuration for the site. In this panel here, you will find the blocks installed on your site, to include third-party blocks. Find a block that you would like to change, configure its style attributes such as colors, typography controls, border, and padding, hit save, and that block will display the way you just decided globally across your entire site. Global Styles is basically mission control for the site's design language. On the left, I've pulled out the button style settings within Global Styles. I can go in and set the default typography and font sizes for buttons, and also apply a color treatment to be used throughout the site. And on the right, we have the root controls for color palettes and dimensions. Here you can set your site's color palette by extending what the theme provides, adding new colors, or changing the palette altogether. You may use this interface to create a limited color palette just for the button block, and then apply that across the board for the entire site. A common scenario is when your site's buttons have a unique color or gradient combination that is not necessary to include within other blocks. I have a few more block types to showcase the variety of controls that exist today. Typography features are being actively improved upon. New dimensions controls for margin and padding are finally here, and the capability to fine-tune a block's border width, color, style, and radius is now possible. Once again, this effort demonstrates how full site editing is pulling what was traditionally framed with varying methodology by a theme into the hands of the person creating a site with WordPress. Now, when it comes to styling within this new paradigm, there are a few nuances of how Global Styles combines styles from core, a theme, blocks, and finally the user-specified styles. I call this the hierarchy of styles, how styles build upon each other in the full site editing model. I like the illustration of a cake here. This accurately depicts how these different style components are layered on top of each other in a systematic way that builds upon the layer below it. The first layer is comprised of core styles, the way that blocks are initially styled to be foundationally supported. For example, how columns are styled, the standard way that button blocks look, and the separators block default styling. These are all examples of core styles. But this core layer is much more than CSS. Core also provides the style specification for which these styles are composed of entirely. You see, Gutenberg is moving away from hard-coded styles, and instead towards a JSON-based spec that better supports this hierarchy of styles. And speaking of that style specification, the next layer applied to the site is the theme styles. In a full site editing environment, a block theme ties into the core JSON-based style specification, essentially overriding parts of the core styles to better suit the theme's design intent, as well as creating its own styles to be overwritten at higher levels. This is done in the Theme.json file, essentially the engine behind the site's design, settings, and capabilities. We'll get to explore the Theme.json file here in a bit. The next layer of the hierarchy of styles is where individual blocks start to define their structure and styles relative to their capabilities. In today's WordPress ecosystem, most blocks are self-reliant on styling to try and work within most themes. I suspect that in the near future, block will be composed stylistically almost entirely within the block's settings that Core now supports in full site editing and global styles. This means that structurally, a block may need to include a style sheet, but the vast majority of those styles will be inherited by what the block theme decides to support within its theme.json file. In this paradigm, blocks may accurately reflect the theme's design language with hardly any extra effort. And if a developer wants to include enhanced support for their block, one could bake in custom CSS properties that would be created within the theme.json file. Super cool. Now the top layer here is much more than just the icing on the cake. It's the most significant piece. Every layer below this point, the core, theme, and block styles, are all designed to support user-defined styles. This is where the global styles interface comes into play, enabling users to customize the core, theme, and block styles nearly entirely. No longer does a theme have the ultimate say-so with how your content displays. It's not the end-all, it's just the start. Throughout this session, I've been referring to block themes a good bit. I intentionally held this focus of full site editing for later because a block theme encompasses each of these other dynamics, everything that I've mentioned to this point. Block themes are where all of this comes together, knitting the chords of full site editing into a holistic WordPress experience. Compared to themes of today, some call these classic, block themes are much lighter in nature. We're looking at the default WordPress theme 2021 here. Core themes are known to be flexible and light, and 2021 is by no means a departure from that. However, the very nature of block themes results in a much simpler and smaller structure. Compare this here with the TT1 blocks theme, which is essentially 2021 but evolved into a block theme. Because most of the components of a theme are now compiled into the full site editing effort, there's no need for themes to duplicate the same core functionality that most themes use anyhow. Core sets the standard itself, where block themes can then opt into that standard. Let's take a closer look at the structure of a block theme. We see the now familiar block templates. Apart from what we've seen earlier, TT1 blocks also provides a homepage template, again built entirely out of blocks. You'll see there's an index.php file. This is required even in block themes, as WordPress will consider this theme broken if it's missing the index.php. Block themes may also include custom block patterns and block styles. But the keystone of a block theme, and what I've been hinting on throughout this entire session, is the theme.json file. We've already reviewed block templates and template parts, so let's explore this new and shiny theme.json. Theme.json matters. Why? Because with this one mechanism, we finally have a specification that can be referenced between core, a theme, a block, and ultimately the user. These are the same exact hierarchy of style layers I mentioned earlier. Theme.json makes that possible, and so much more. It also serves as a central point of configuration for a site's WordPress experience. A theme's theme.json file can configure editor settings to include new settings that land in full site editing, as well as settings previously introduced in earlier versions of WordPress, such as color palettes, font sizes, duotone support, and the like. With theme.json, there is no need to have various add theme support calls that were previously required for controlling the editor experience, as each of these is now available within the JSON spec. And the last big reason that theme.json matters is because it establishes the design language of a theme. The mechanism for styles is almost entirely CSS property-based, meaning that the foundational styles provided by core, a small subset of styling from the theme, block styles, and even user preferences are all driven by the same CSS properties. And the typical specificity war with Gutenberg is mitigated almost entirely by moving to CSS custom properties. If you've made WordPress themes yourself, you know that this is a big deal. For everyone else, you're just going to have to trust me. All of this translates into 6 top-level objects within the Theme.json spec: theme presets, editor and block settings, custom styles, elements, styles, and last, templates and template parts. So let's walk through a number of ways to leverage the Theme.json for each of these, starting with configuring theme presets. What we're looking at here is the Theme.json file on the left and the output of the color palette JSON object on the right. When a theme adds presets via Theme.json, like we're doing here with the color palette, behind the scenes, WordPress will enqueue the relative style classes and the CSS custom properties for each. This means that themes no longer are required to add CSS selectors for colors. WordPress handles this for us. In this next example, we have a typography font sizes object within our Theme.json file. This establishes the font sizes we want to include within our theme. Within the typography settings, I'm also electing to include a font family for use throughout the editor typography controls. And here's the output of the typography settings that we've chosen. The slugs are integrated into the CSS custom property for each font size and family. Once again, WordPress generates the necessary CSS selectors for the font sizes, so that themes don't have to do so. Gradients work the exact same way. In fact, theme presets and even custom styles all work this way. Plug in an array of gradients within the gradients object, and WordPress core will again create the CSS properties and required classes, adding them both to the site. One thing to note here is that you can leverage CSS properties within your Theme.json file, even those created by the presets themselves. These gradients are pulling in the primary, background, and foreground colors to ensure that the site is styled consistently and that the gradients controls within the block editor always use the theme's color palette, even if the user changes what the value of the primary color is, for example. Overall, establishing a style preset is much easier to do with Theme.json. There's no need for additional CSS, as it's all auto-generated for you. And did I mention that there's no need for editor styles as well? All of these presets load on the front end and also within the block editor. Yet another thumbs up for block themes. All right, so now let's move on to configuring editor and block settings within Theme.json. Editor settings are the components of the editing experience that a theme may opt into or out of entirely. Here's a top-level view of the various editor settings that can be configured within a Theme.json file. Setting the standard content and wide width sizes is now a matter of 2 entries within the layout object. Much like the theme presets, these will also be automatically configured to load on the front end and also within the block editor itself. If we move down a bit to the colors object, we'll see that we can remove support for using custom colors, duotone, and gradients. If we want to remove the core color palette for links, we can also do that here. And we can take this a step further by also removing all text and background color controls anywhere in the block editor. The other objects here function exactly the same way. We can add or remove support for any of the core typography, spacing, or even border features. I put a visualization together to highlight the relationship between Theme.json settings and their corresponding editing components. From left to right, we have the border control with the Theme.json settings all set to display the border width, style, color, and radius. If a block declares support for any of these attributes, they will inherit this border component, even third-party blocks. Here's the color control, which you're likely familiar with. I've pointed out where each of the editor settings and presets are correlated to. Duotone is a bit simpler. A theme can opt in as well as provide a set of default values. And here's a bit of text settings for blocks that support drop cap. Now let's look at a few more. Here's where the editor typography settings are expanded upon. Blocks that support these various type settings will inherit this panel automatically. Dimensions are supported by many blocks in full site editing, but again, may be disabled within Theme.json. I wanted to point out the new block gap setting, which sets the spacing between child blocks, for example, within the group, columns, and gallery blocks. And last, I have the layout controls, which display if content and wide sizes are added in Theme.json. This component allows users much more flexibility when creating, particularly with something like a group block, as now you can opt to display inner child blocks with the full width of the group block, or have their individual width settings applied. All of those top-level editor settings I just reviewed are basically master switches. However, we can venture one step further to assign any one of those settings on a per-block basis. These block settings bring a whole new level of configuration to the editor, enabling folks to tailor the editing experience of individual blocks. For example, the color palette created in Theme.json is a set of colors that may be selected throughout every instance of the block editor's color controls. I can just as easily create a separate palette for paragraph blocks by leveraging block settings. In this example here, I have 3 colors that are available throughout the editor, but my paragraph blocks use the foreground and a new foreground secondary color instead. Here's how that particular entry in Theme.json would translate to the block editor. I have all 3 colors within my group block, but my paragraph block uses its own set of colors. So are you ready for one of those it all makes sense moments? Remember this? The global styles interface, how we can select a block type, change its setting, and apply it across the site. This is basically the user interface for the block settings JSON object. So can you see the parity between global styles and Theme.json? Theme.json sets the stage, while global styles empowers the user to take it further and make it theirs by overriding presets, editor settings, and these specific block settings. Now Theme.json doesn't stop here. This is where it starts. A theme can set custom values to then be morphed into CSS properties loaded within the editor and on the front end of the site. So we're already seeing custom values being used to abstract more of the design language from the theme to the JSON file. But I wanted to share a recent exploration on how I added support for OS level dark mode to my personal site. By adding 2 entries within the custom color object, I've set what the background and foreground colors of my site should be when dark mode is detected. Those are then processed and rendered as CSS custom properties like you see on the right here. Now in the theme styles, I need to reference those CSS custom properties using the dark mode prefers color scheme media query. The result is that when dark mode is detected, my theme's background and foreground colors are re-established as the dark values. I don't have to rewrite any CSS selectors or make super specific changes to styling, as a site leverages the theme's background and foreground colors exclusively. I modify a few other colors as well for dark mode, but the gist is the same. All this is empowered by the CSS custom properties created from the Theme.json file. You can also use the custom object to create CSS properties to use purposely within Theme.json. A common pattern I've noted is themes setting up typography properties for body and heading text. After setting these within the Theme.json custom object, the CSS properties for each of these can then be used throughout the JSON file. In this example here, I'm using the custom value for heading font family to be applied to both the H1 and H2 elements. And speaking of elements, The Theme.json elements object allows you to style various HTML elements. Blocks contain HTML, so this is a nice way to style those elements in a blanket fashion, particularly with headings and links. I do suspect that the elements object will open up a bit further in the future to supporting additional elements. Next, instead of targeting generic HTML elements, let's apply styling to the site root and target styling for specific blocks without any CSS, only JSON. Any properties added to the top-level styles object will be applied to the top-level body tag. In this example here, I'm setting the text color of the body element. The same works for setting a background color, if I were to use background as the key instead of text, for example. In the second half of the JSON, I'm using the blocks object to apply a text color to the group block. And once again, these generated styles are then rendered on the front end and also within the block editor. The last component of Theme.json that we'll cover in this session is the custom templates and template parts objects. We know that block themes can include their own block templates and template parts, but there's a final step to having those assets loading properly within the site editor. The Theme.json file identifies the name of the template, adds a readable title, and also can list the post types that this template can be used with, to include custom post types. A theme's template parts also need to be listed within the template parts object. You may declare an area term for the template part, which is responsible for rendering the corresponding block variation, such as header and footer areas, within the site editor. It also helps to organize the various template parts that a theme may use, as without setting an area value, the template part would be tossed into a general templates UI. Alright, I know that was a lot. Theme.json is huge, both in how it changes the landscape of WordPress site creation and editing, but also, it's just a lot of new stuff. It will take time to hone in on the different aspects of this new specification, but I am confident that this will be the norm for themes here shortly. So to sum up Theme.json, we covered how a theme can establish editor settings and theme presets within the settings object, register CSS custom properties within the settings.custom object, apply styling to the top-level body tag within the styles object, style HTML elements with the styles.elements object, apply more styling, but this time to specific blocks with the styles.blocks object, and last, registering custom templates and template parts. And with that, we can cross Theme.json off this list and close up with patterns and block styles. Block patterns are essentially groups of blocks that can be added all at once. The premise behind patterns is that instead of having to add each block of a complex layout one by one, you can add that layout as one entity. Themes, and plugins as well, may include patterns to help users build out creative content. But you can also grab patterns from the pattern directory on WordPress.org, which allows you to straight up copy and paste patterns to your site. So to register a pattern, you would use the register block pattern function. Add a title, assign a pattern category, then copy and paste blocks from the editor as the content. Setting a viewport width helps to define the scaled preview of the pattern, so it looks great within the editor. I foresee patterns becoming the primary method folks use to build pages within the block editor. The concept here is that powerful. Now on to block styles, the final component of a block theme within the full site editing paradigm. Similar to patterns, registered block styles are a clever way to introduce creative flair to a site. You may add these with PHP using the registered block style function, or within JavaScript even. What we're doing here is declaring the block that we want to style, adding a name, which is then turned into a class for assigning the styles to, and a label for the interface within the block editor. The last step is to follow through with CSS, which may be applied inline with the inline style property. And here are those registered block styles rendered within the editor. Pretty cool. We covered a lot in this session, touching on each aspect of these new innovative parts of WordPress that Dynamax the WordPress experience as we see it today. And I'll end with this. Full site editing is absolutely the core of modern site building for WordPress. And if you haven't jumped in yet, come on. Well, that's it for today. Once again, I'm Rich Tabor. I write and share everything I discover on my site, richtabor.com. Come learn with me. Thanks.
Rich, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going. I'm Camber. This is Angela. So before we get started with our questions, I just have to say, honestly, I felt like I was in a meditative state listening to you talk. Your voice is so soothing. It was so easy to follow along. Any plans to record like some headspace meditative stuff we could listen to in the future? Because that was great.
No, that would be fun. I like doing music production for fun, so it's just fun to work on.
It was great to listen to. Nice and easy to follow along. Congratulations on your new role with Extendify.
Thank you.
I do have an unrelated question about that because you have mentioned that GoDaddy was your best job to date. So with that in mind, how did you decide that it was time to move on?
It came down to a ton of different options and variables. But at the end of the day, I wanted, the next challenge in the product space. I found product at WordPress, and WordPress kind of helped me propel me to where I'm at today. And I wanted to kind of get back into the weeds and try to grow something and make it real. And Extendify seemed like a great place. They have an awesome idea, and they just they need to execute. And we're here to make it happen. So it's really working out well.
Yeah, excellent. Taking on that next challenge is always an exciting time.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to hop into some questions that we've gotten through chat. Courtney said that, Ryan said that someone in chat suggested that you design a theme in Figma and export the JSON into Theme.js. And you replied that was totally doable. They would like you to elaborate on that a little bit more.
Well, today, I've explored a little bit of what the future of block themes could look like and how a designer would approach it from a Figma perspective. I think in the future, we might not need Figma. It might be just the global styles interface that is driving much of the design language. Just like today, most folks are designing in the browser. It's the same concept except for new tools and new block themes. But perhaps there could be a Figma plugin that is using a set of defaults, typography, the different color values, and having things mapped to JSON values, where you essentially can design and style and even visualize perhaps what the entire site could look like, and hit export, and it would be a JSON file. Now there's the block themes have a little ways to go. Like there's still some CSS that you have to write in the theme to pull out particular custom styles and custom elements perhaps. But for the most part, it's moving pretty fast, and it's adapting quite often. And I'm already, in the last couple of months as I've been exploring heavily, I've already pulled out a ton of CSS that I've had to write prior to Gutenberg kind of updating to getting to pull in those new references. So in time, I think it'll definitely be a possibility.
Excellent. Angela, do you have a question?
I do. This one comes from Courtney, who is asking, what impact will block-based themes have on the customizer? What should plugin developers have on their radar with this shift?
Yeah, so, the interesting thing about block-based themes and full site editing in general is that it's basically replacing the customizer. The customizer is going to stay there, just like right now the menus navigation within WordPress admin has stayed there for a long time as well, even though you could set menus within the customizer. So we're not going to immediately disable the customizer entirely, but the customizer itself won't be a top level item within the WordPress admin appearance label. And that's because full site editing and global styles, replace it in a very constructive method where themes can opt into one experience, and that experience drives the way you use your site and where you customize your site, and from a JSON level. So it's taking the historical route where themes and plugin developers had to create their own components or try to extend what Core provided, and plug those into the customizers. Is kind of the opposite approach where Core is providing those components for you to pull. And there's a lot more than what the customizer did provide. For plugin developers, they're still going to be able to leverage the customizer, but I would lean into, of course, blocks and figuring out how to build the same functionality that was available for the customizer into the block editor itself.
Okay, excellent. So in this world of customization with full site editing and block themes, when it comes to clients, do you think that people will inadvertently mess up their site more often?
So, what I talked to towards the end there is being able to set editor and block configs for a site based on the theme.json. So you can go in and set your color palettes, and you can also say you can only pick from these 4 or 5 colors, or you can only pick from these 4 or 5 colors specifically for a button block or for a paragraph block even. And you can limit it down as much as you need to. So I would say for the agencies and for the developers out there who are looking for something that they could tailor for their clients, like theme.json provides a simple mechanism to do that, where we're not even needing PHP anymore to do that like we can today. So it does kind of provide a structure for the site design language that kind of can put guardrails on the site, for instance.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
And Mark Rootwiley asks, will theme.json eventually replace the need to write all custom CSS? If not, what is the role of custom theme CSS in an FSC feature?
So I would say, it would be awesome if we wouldn't have to write any CSS, and perhaps for most themes that would be a possibility. On themes.on.org, for example, I suspect there's going to be a need for very custom site design language, which you could leverage theme.json to build out those variables for you, but to actually hook into those variables, like for the example of the dark mode that I set up, I had to actually write the little script in the CSS in order to get the dark mode to pull those CSS values. So while the CSS is written once, I'm not manipulating it anymore. It's kind of static there. While I can change the variables within theme.json to match and to pull in whatever colors I want. So I think, over time, it'll get less and less custom CSS, and hopefully, with the end goal being that we don't need that anymore, and it's kind of a basis provided by Core and by maybe a default theme or something. But as of now, we still need some of it here and there.
I was muted, so sorry about that. So out of all the topics you've covered on modern site building, what's most exciting to you?
I started off in WordPress with themes way back when I could only design them. I didn't even know how to engineer anything. So themes to me is the core of the WordPress experience. That's where the users interface with WordPress, and themes historically have done a lot. They've provided templates. They've provided hard-coded styles, so basically hex value colors in a theme style sheet, and then eventually morphed into the customizer. It's at some point there was some customizer support, but not a lot even today. And like leaning into the idea of themes and setting that experience, like theme.json and the block theme itself, like kind of set the stage for all of this here. And that's very encouraging and empowering to think that we could have a simple mechanism to make the WordPress experience beautiful for folks that are actually using WordPress. And those folks are going to be empowered. They could have guardrails if they need them, to keep, like we said, with the client's relationship, to keep their sites following a specific design language. And you could also, we're also empowering them to create custom templates or custom headers and footers if they want. And if not, perhaps the developer who's working with them, if there's that kind of relationship. So it really is like taking all the components that were hard coded into themes and pulling them out to be a user-centric environment, which I think is very powerful and very encouraging for the future of WordPress.
Excellent. And If someone with very little WordPress experience wanted to toss together a simple site, how would you suggest that they get started?
So, with full site editing today, it still requires the Gutenberg plugin active. So I would, kick up a WordPress site, install the Gutenberg plugin, and then activate a theme, a block theme. There's a couple really great ones. Tove was a recent one put out there. Clove is a good one, and the rhyme. And 2021 blocks, like TT1 blocks, is a familiar one. So it looks just like 2021. So those would be the requirements to get into the full site editing experience, just to try it out and see what's there. And it's changing rapidly. So even last week, the global styles interface changed from my slides that I put together the week prior. So it's changing rapidly, but it's evolving in a very forward-thinking method. And I'm excited to where it's going to be, even in a couple months when 5.9 comes out. It's going to be pretty solid, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Excellent. So we've got just a couple minutes. So we want to just wrap up around any resources that you might have for beginners around this topic.
Yeah, so fullsiteediting.com is a great resource and very memorable. They have a lot of basically everything I covered is also covered there in various detail. And on my blog, I write a lot at richtabor.com, and I try to break everything down into simple examples to get the idea across. I might not go into like the hard details, but I would say between the two of those, it's a great start. But for if you're a little bit more technical, diving into the Gutenberg repo and looking at the issues and seeing what's been merged in would be very helpful to see what's coming out in the future releases.
Excellent. All right. I think let's try and squeeze in one last question. This one comes from Jeremy Ward. For developers who are getting started with block themes today, what considerations should they keep in mind for when they want to migrate a new block theme several years from now?
Yeah, I would say you would lean as much as you can on what Cory is doing. So following suit of what the next default theme is going to be, and the way that is structured. And that's always been the case with diving into the new, latest, and greatest, but especially now because we're approaching this this era of new themes and this new class block themes, which are going to evolve faster than themes have historically evolved, because Gutenberg does, and these are so tied to how Gutenberg works. So just staying on top of what Cory is doing and try to stay into that lane. And that doesn't mean you can't have can't flex out your theme and make really creative things. You can do a lot, and even what I shared today, like you can do a lot with a simple theme structure. But I would say just try to stay in that lane a little bit, and then when you're confident enough to start making some turns here and there, like go for it.
Fantastic. All right, Rich. Oops, excuse me. Great talk. Thank you so much for being here with us today and for sharing your knowledge. Sorry, give me one moment.
Yeah, it was awesome. I had a great time.
Excuse me. Yes, thank you so much. We're really glad to have you here today. And with that wraps up our second session of the day. So taking a moment to thank our sponsors now. First, we have our terrific Grand Canyon sponsors. That's Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. And we also have our Redwood sponsors, 10Web, Blackbird, CHRS Interactive, Main.me, EasyWP, InMotion Hosting, Ionos, Nexus, a Liquid Web brand, Paid Membership Pro, Pantheon, Posymyth Innovations, Shifter, and Stellar WP. Sponsors, thank you all so much for your generosity. And speaking of sponsors, did you know that sponsors help with swag? We have so much swag. There's digital swag for everyone, physical swag for ticket holders, so go get your swag from the WordCamp US homepage quick, as there are limited quantities available. All right, now it's almost time for another break, but first we've got another fun sponsor interview lined up for you, this time with WordPress.com. After that, we have a longer break between sessions planned, but do stick around because in addition to checking out the job fair or visiting sponsor pages or leaving feedback for sponsors, we have a musical break, which features some of our very talented WordPress community musicians. So the WordPress community musicians break starts at 11:30 Pacific time, Don't miss it. It's going to be amazing. And the next talk in the Columbia track will be at 12:30 Pacific time. Have fun.
Thanks.
Hi, Monica. Welcome. We're excited to have you here talking about WordPress.com as one of our sponsors for WordCamp US. And so you're Monica O'Hara. Yes. And you are the Chief Marketing Officer. I love that title, by the way. Chief Marketing Officer for WordPress.com. I'm in marketing, so I love all things about marketing. So let's bring it back a little bit to WordCamp US. Sure. Why does WordPress.com sponsor WordCamps then?
Great question. So we sponsor WordCamps because the feeling of community is just one of the best parts of WordPress. And we want to help this community grow, right? And so when you're using WordPress, you're not just using software. You're using, you're getting access to this worldwide community of like-minded people who are really, really supportive and helpful. And it's just great to be part of that. And that's what pulled me in to to using WordPress over any other software that could have been available at the time. And it's available both online and in real life. And so we want to support that. And just WordCamp's is a great way to bring those people together.
I love that. I had built a couple of websites and I was doing okay as like my own little company once upon a time. I went to my first WordCamp not knowing what it was. And I was like, I fell in love with the community of people and, awesome. And the software. And it's funny because we talk about code is poetry. Mm-hmm. And over the weekend, I had the thought that community is poetry too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, well, is there anything else you'd like to share with us before I let you go?
If anyone has any questions about WordPress.com, happy to help. You can hit me up on LinkedIn or Twitter or email me at monica@automatic.com.
Fantastic.
2 T's on that one.
2 T's, that's right.
Yeah, 2 T's on that one.
2 T's always. I love it. It's so great to meet you. I look forward to meeting you, hopefully in person someday when we get back to those kinds of WordCamps as well.
Definitely.
Thank you so much for sharing about WordPress.com today and keep up the great work.
Thank you. Have a great day. See you later.
You too. Thanks.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. I'm Kim Coleman. I'm your afternoon MC here in Columbia. First, I want to say I'm a WordPress developer. I make a plugin in the WordPress space. So I'm excited to be here with you all. Before I get started with the next session, I'm going to intro our Grand Canyon sponsors. We want to thank Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. And I also want to thank our Yosemite sponsors. Those are Amazon Lightsail, Cloudwaves, Gravity Forms, Green Geeks, SiteGround, Weglot, WP Engine, and Yoast. For our first session here in the PM, we have lightning talks. There's 3. I'm going to get through these as quick as I can. We have Lax Mariappan. Lax is a web developer, open source enthusiast, and lover of all things WordPress. Lax has been tinkering with websites since high school, but it all changed when he discovered WordPress in 2010. When unplugged, he reads a lot, enjoys traveling around the Philippines, and Lax is currently working as a backend engineer at Webb Dev Studios. Lax is going to be presenting a talk on e-commerce best practices. Wooing your customers is easier than you think. After Lax, we have Lesley Sim. Lesley is the co-founder of Newsletter Glue, a plugin that turns WordPress into a newsletter publishing platform. In previous lifetimes, she's run her own digital marketing agency, co-owned a craft brewery, taught free driving professionally, worked at an ad agency, and spent way too many years as a government employee. Lesley's talk is on making friends with early customers for better support, product knowledge, and marketing. And the last lightning talk is presented by Tammie Lister. Tammie is a designer passionate about open source and human-centered enterprise experiences. She's a longtime contributor to WordPress. Her contribution work continues by being sponsored through XWP, where she works full-time. She's now looking to be for the future of the editor and themes through exploring what they could be. Tammie's talk is Let Themes Be Themes. So I hope you enjoy these lightning talks, and we'll get them started.
Hello, welcome to WordCamp US. So thanks for joining us on this year WordCamp. I hope you are safe, you are fine. Yeah, it's a lot of crazy stuff going on, right? So I personally miss in-person workshops, but I also love online workshops where you get online WordCamps where you meet a lot of people. Let's get started. This talk is about whether you are selling something online or you're planning to sell. So, getting more sales and wooing your customers is really easy than you think. So I got some experience with building WooCommerce stores and got some sales as well. So I'm going to share my experience with this. So I am Lax. So I work for one of the best WordPress agencies out there, Webb Dev Studios. I'm a backend engineer. I'm also an open source enthusiast. I love everything about WordPress. So, and WordCamps is one of my favorite things to do, like either be a listener, participant, or a volunteer. I love everything about WordCamps. So let's go straight in. So the crux of this talk is this, right? Customers buy for their reasons, like not yours. Most store owners will think like, hey, I have a good product, I have a good service, and people will buy. No, it's not. So it's like, it's not for yours. It's not because of your reasons. It's because of the customers. So let's go. So this talk is pretty short, and I'll be talking only just these 6 points. And without much anything, let's go inside. And target audience, like most of the store owners will think this, right? Everyone is my customer. And that's wrong. That's what Seth Godin says, the marketing group. And I personally felt it. Like, let's say if I'm going to write a theme, I'm going to sell a plugin or whatever. So I might think everyone is going to buy. Every WordPress store owner is going to buy. Every WooCommerce store will buy my plugin, buy my theme. Or if I'm doing drop shipping, everyone who's interested in yoga will buy my yoga mat. No, it's not. So that's why, everyone is not your customer. You have to be very clear with your target audience. Define your target audience based on their demographics, like age, gender, location, their income, their and things like that, and also their psychographics. What is interesting for them? What they like, what they don't like, where they hang out, what are their interesting things to do. So there you get your leads, you get your customers, and sales will kick off. So we all know how a sales funnel works. Like it includes awareness, interest, decision, and purchase, and you get sales, and you are going to rinse and repeat all this. But you should, if you are targeting the wrong audience, all your marketing efforts is going to fail. So whenever you are going to do sell something, or you are now selling, it's very important to make sure your target audience is, you have to refine your target audience. So that's why I call it a step one. And then second one is competitor analysis. And a lot of entrepreneurs, it's actually entrepreneurs are always oozing out of like confidence, right? Overconfidence sometimes. I also do. Like, we always think like we don't have competitors, or like you'll think like I'm not competing with that person or that company. I have a unique selling proposition, so I don't have to compete with this one, right? Actually, it's not. So you need to do some competitor analysis so that you will find the marketing trends. Is there any gap between you or your product in the market? And also you can market and you sell products effectively. So to do all this, you need to do some competitor analysis. So most of the people will do just competing on price. I would say that's not the right thing to do. It's like if you are trying to reduce your price or offering too much of a discount, you're not going to make enough profit, right? And don't just compete on price. You have to compete based on your quality, your customer service, and so much other stuff there. And also the store features. This looks like pretty basic, but when you install WooCommerce, most of the store features like navigation, search, cart, and all the features are already comes out of the box. But when you see 88% of carts are abandoned in 2020. So why? Because poor navigation, poor search, and customers find it hard to filter. And you see here, there's no smooth ordering process in many stores. Like you might be asking too much of questions in the checkout page, and people will feel like, no, I don't want to check out right now, or maybe later. So it's like your ordering process should be smooth. Like you should tell them what's the shipping cost, what's happening, like what they can expect, and don't ask too much questions. And then this one is my favorite. Like personally, I don't order something when a site doesn't have SSL. Security is very important, right? You are entering your credit card information or anything. So your site should be secure. You can start with actually social login. You can use something like Auth0. It's free. And then you can start with Cloudflare. It's also free. It comes with SSL and web application firewall. And pricing. So in terms of pricing, a lot of people still miss is like they complicate the pricing. They either overprice or they go with very cheap. And your store will look cheap and people will think like it's fake or it's not a poor quality, people will not buy. So you can do something like offers, like, if it's a first sale, first purchase, you can give them an offer, whether it is a Black Friday, Cyber Monday, or, their birthday, your customer's birthday or whatever. So there are a lot of seasons, like holiday season and everything. So don't miss anything. You can give them a, percentage offer, or direct cash, or my favorite thing is like, free shipping. That works fine all the time. Then customer service. The customer service is one thing that you can, stay ahead of your competition. So which one you would choose? Something with the ratings, right? So happy customers are going to leave good ratings. And the next thing is you can do automation. As you see, a lot of businesses use automation as a chatbot or chat or support tickets. Last but not least, you should go with the communities. You build a community around your product or service, or you should become a part of the community. These are some communities. You can get help from here. And this is your final question, right? Why WooCommerce? So WooCommerce is kind of, it's open source, it's free, it has more features. And 26% of all sites are running in WooCommerce. So I would say you are not alone. So consider WooCommerce. And then these are the takeaways. I'll be sharing my slides. I hope you can, get some value out of it. And if you have any questions, feel free to drop. You can just comment or, ask us directly there. Thanks. And I have some resources. So these are some recommended themes, plugins, and other stuff. I hope you got some value out of this talk. Thank you, and stay safe. See you in the questions.
Making friends is a key growth tactic. If you want word of mouth recommendations, free marketing, free advice, and just a better understanding of your customers, what they want, which will result in a clearer and more effective product roadmap, then making friends is the way to go. For me, it all comes down to why you're building a business and what kind of business you want to build. It was really important for me to enjoy the industry that I was in, the kind of product that I was building, and the kind of customers that I was attracting. When you're enjoying yourself every day, people can kind of see that and are attracted to it and want to come on board. Also, if you like the industry that you're in, for example, the WordPress community, you'll be curious about it, you like interacting with people in it, and you want to learn more. And of course, learning more about the industry and the community makes you more embedded in it, makes you exposed to more people, and again, all of that leads to a virtuous flywheel and creates more opportunities for yourself. I could probably talk about this stuff for an hour or two, but since I only have 10 minutes, let me give you some actionable tips on how to make friends with your customers and people in the industry that I personally used and found worked for me. The first tip is find out where industry professionals hang out and go hang out there too. So in my case, I joined the Post Status group. I found that there were a lot of plugin founders, like big plugin founders that hang out there. And just by being on there, I get exposure to them. They learn about me, and that has been really, really helpful for me to grow my business and even get advice from some of these people. So the next tip is to hang out with people from the WordPress community on social media. So let's take Twitter for example. You can follow me, Chris Lemma, Matt Medeiros, David Bissett, and on their profiles, you'll see related profiles, and just follow all of those people too. What you want to do is follow hundreds, and I literally mean hundreds of people in this way, so like one person leads you to the next person, leads you to the next person, until your entire Twitter feed is full of WordPress people. And what that results is, now you've kind of built yourself your own little WordPress Twitter community. That way you can see what people are talking about all day, what problems that they're bringing up on Twitter and griping about, and just kind of hang out, reply to them on Twitter, retweet their stuff, and do it, casually, like you're not trying to, there's no angle here, you just want to hang out with people. You can even do the same thing with Facebook groups. Search WordPress and see what Facebook groups show up and join them all liberally. And again, once you join one group, they're going to show you related Facebook groups and join them all too. Now, it's probably not possible for you to follow and interact and make friends deeply with people from 50 to 100 different Facebook groups. So the only difference between Facebook and Twitter in this case is because each group is a little community on its own. What you're going to find is you'll end up probably following or being deeply embedded in anywhere between 1 to 3 Facebook groups, and that's okay. And what you'll find is that if you hang out on these platforms long enough, then there'll be natural opportunities that arise to talk about your product, or people will be curious about, what it is that you do and what it is that you're building, and that's when you can talk about your product. And that way, nobody feels like you've hard sold them on anything because they've asked, they're curious about you and what you're up to. And you'll find that it's much nicer to get customers this way, and it doesn't feel kind of icky. Speaking about customers, let's talk about your next tip, making friends and getting into your customers' universe. So what I mean by that is that most of your early customers are likely to be early adopter types. right? So they might have their own newsletter, they might have their own Facebook group, and so on and so forth. So help them out, dive deep into their worlds, subscribe to their newsletters, follow them on Twitter, join their Facebook groups, listen in on their live streams and podcasts, promote anything that they're doing. And, they'll appreciate what you're trying to do. They can see how much they mean to you. And naturally, they'll want to promote your product as well. Again, all of this just means you're making friends, being human. Imagine if your customer was your friend, right? So, your childhood friend is starting a new thing and you want to help them out, right? So you like all of their Facebook posts, you retweet all of their stuff, and they'll just feel appreciative. And that's really all you're trying to do. You're not, trying to hard sell anything. There's no angle here. The next tip is to create a culture and expectation of reaching out and helpfulness. When a customer buys my plugin, which is a newsletter publishing plugin, I send them an email titled, "How can I help?" In it, I introduce myself and ask them about their newsletter needs and ask if there's anything that I can do to help. I also let them know that this is my personal email, so they know that if they reply, they'll be reaching me directly. And of course, I reply every single time. A lot of my favorite customer relationships have come from this single email. The next tip is being personal and being human when you're talking to your customers. I sell a newsletter plugin, and so I don't just, try to help my customers in terms of what my product does. Is there a bug fix? Let's just go and do that. I also give them tips because, for example, I subscribe to a lot of my customers' newsletters, and I'm always looking at their design and thinking about their workflows. And sometimes I'll just, my customers I'll open a newsletter from a customer and I'll notice, hey, there's this thing that's out of whack, or there's this thing that they could improve, even though it has nothing got to do with my plugin itself. And it's just kind of my knowledge of newsletters because I'm in the business and I subscribe to so many of them. I'll just reply to the customer and let them know, hey, if you did this, you'll probably get more open rates. Or if you did that, your newsletter will look a little bit nicer. And people always appreciate that. So again, it's not so much about being a robot and automating everything. You want to be human, you want to make friends, and that's what people appreciate. So my last tip is to embrace the awkwardness. Anything that you do for the first time is definitely going to be awkward. Just imagine the first time a baby takes a step. They wobble a lot, they fall, it's kind of hilarious, and that's kind of what you should expect for yourself, and that's totally fine. Everybody starts that way. The next tip is about tipping points and to keep going, and just kind of to make you aware that it gets easier. What I mean by that is that when you first start out, it feels awkward a lot of the time, like I mentioned, and it can feel like you're just talking to yourself and nobody's listening. If you keep going and you keep kind of, being personal, being honest, being earnest and sincere about things, after a while, things will get easier. There's a tipping point. For example, in Twitter, I think it's 500 to 1,000 followers where it starts to feel like you have friends on the platform, and that becomes kind of nice and everything gets easier. This obviously will differ from person to person depending on what you're doing, what industry you're in, but just being aware that there is a tipping point and things do get easier and all you need to do is keep chipping away towards that tipping point. The fact that you're aware of that is kind of encouraging, and it prevents you from feeling, demoralized and, this is never going to work. Because again, that's not true. There is a tipping point and things become easier. And that's it. I hope you enjoyed this quick talk. If you want to hang out with me on Twitter, I am Lesley_pizza. You know where to find me.
This talk is going to be rapid, and it's going to look at the past, present, and future. And it's going to be a speedy 10 minutes, so at the end, I have a link to share some resources. But before considering how easy something is or not, it's essential to look at how hard it was and its situation and context. When I talk about the past for themes, this really is for theme builders, those that created themes. Call them developers, theme designers, whatever title. They were people who often had a combination of skills because they had to. It feels like it started with Kubrick. Whilst themes as a concept were around before then, really many got their theme moment with that. It's what people learnt from, explored and dove into understand.
things rapidly seemed to get complex. It was often a case of working around WordPress. How many times did you say, it's the WordPress way, or accept something as a workaround that really shouldn't be? Some chose to adopt a framework. Those sprung up seemingly everywhere because they made sense, but often they were a closed ecosystem, so you had to choose your path carefully. Others went for underscores or other unthemed options. And meanwhile, the working around issues continued. Options piled up. Themes had to compensate more and more, and it felt like a never-ending cycle. And the line between plugin and theme became incredibly blurred. Theme developers had incredible technology debt and stacks to maintain. It just was a lot and very far from the simple concept of a theme. Themes had become everything. Themes had become less about design and more about how much they could do. Designers stopped getting excited and developers stopped being interested as much. I don't say this to be harsh. I say this because I saw it and I experienced it. Those that were creating themes did so in not easy situations. Something had to change. The creativity was being lost under the complexity. But all of this is about those that created themes. What about those that wanted just to create content, to change something? Well, it was even more complicated and more constrained. They often had to know a framework or a secret combination of plugins. If they picked a theme, they would end up without even knowing buy into a framework. Then that framework was like learning a new system on top of WordPress because it was knowing and working around the WordPress way by doing its own way. If they didn't have time to DIY, they had to pay to get even the simplest update done. The concept of an open source space where you owned your content and could easily edit was a lie in that case. If someone did change themes, often everything would get lost or change in the worst possible ways. The entire concept of themes is that you should have split content and style, and that wasn't the case. Everything was so tied, it was this tangled, knotted mess that many feared to go near. I sometimes think of the problem like this Swiss Army knife. It was created as the ultimate tool, but it's pretty much useless because it has too much. It wasn't the intent of themes to become that, but often they became hard to just be a theme because of having so much. To present content was their one job to do well, but they couldn't do that because they were so busy trying to be all the things and be everything. Something had to change, and something did change. In the editor, Gutenberg was released. Now, this didn't change themes, but it put us on a path to get there. It's worth noting that many involved in the project come from theme backgrounds. The passion for themes is strong in WordPress, and like many open source projects, it's one of our biggest appeals that we embrace designer and developer hybrids. We have this form of themes that can celebrate creativity and allow people to express the individuality of their site with one simple click. It was a time to return to that. Whilst WordPress has changed, so has the world outside WordPress. How people expect to create and interact has adapted and grown. The editor recognized this with the content itself by focusing on the block, which is a natural way to process content if you think about the way humans deal with pattern recognition. This also translates nicely into how you start at building a site visually. People want more art direction and tools and the ability to make it like that themselves and not have to pay someone to do this. The world is full of services enabling them to do this, and WordPress has to bring some of that enabling from a market sense. From the recipe for the theme in Theme.json to the combining with block patterns and block templates, a great deal that was weighing down the theme has been freed. The reusable elements that can swap across themes create lighter experiences, empowering those creating content to be back in control, not dictated to by a theme weighed down by more than it should be. So what about the future? Well, the experience needs to take notice and continue to adapt constantly. At one point, WordPress was out of step, but it's rapidly back in step with what people expect. This is great, but we shouldn't forget how easy it was to get to a place where themes weren't what they should have been in the first place. Themes can be simpler if we let them, and the experience can be too. This means not showing everything to everyone all at once, for example, or overwhelming them. There is this ability to enable people through true art direction, from patterns to global styles. This puts capabilities into people's hands that previously felt incredibly out of reach. With great power, though, comes great responsibility, and it's up to those creating themes and the experiences to create something that doesn't confuse and allows good defaults. To combine those tools to a powerful site and powerful suite of magical treats for those creating. To create complex designs that can be unlocked with ease. The biggest excitement about this experience has to be that themes can switch seamlessly. This honestly has never really been that possible once you get beyond default content, even though we always hope for it. We need some standardization within these new features. For example, the way we would call colors or font sizes to allow for easy swapping like this, though. Imagine if a theme was as easy to change as your t-shirt. No matter what your mood, you can change it. Maybe we even bring back those theme switches of the early noughties. Themes can return to being about style, beautiful, experimental, and delightful pieces of art. But what about the tools, specifically for those creating themes? I tend to think about theme creators, not theme developers, because that's then including those who use a site editor and not just those who dive into the code itself. Themes are open again for as many as possible, resulting in a wider range of designs and theme art. Design tools are something inspiring. And what do I mean by those? Well, they're the tools that activate across blocks to allow the creating of designs. From adaptive design through to color controls, there are many coming and it's fascinating. By having these tools everyone can use, they have an interface people can trust. Theme creators can know to support them, but also they, by using these themes, can learn once and use them often. That's empowering. You only have to learn one way. Full site editing is just getting started. It can feel tempting to judge what we have now, but it's more of a prototype that we're all getting to help shape. Think of it like clay. We're all forming it together in a public workroom. That's why it's only activated when the plugin is, and why this is a lot under experimental flags. As things mature, that's when this gets really exciting and powerful. In the end, the biggest part of this is to let themes be themes. They won't have to be everything anymore. People can learn WordPress. They won't have to learn another framework to change the design or be locked into an ecosystem. There's a lot of business opportunities also beyond what was before. Themes have become a chore to maintain. And this all means a freeing of the medium, a return to what they always meant to be, a style you apply to your content, your site. We are about to have a kit of incredible tools to use in our work, and it's an exciting time to create themes again. Thank you. You can find the link here.
Hey everybody, sorry I missed you at the beginning of this round. I'm in the HeroPress Mobile Command Unit, also known as our Jeep.
Nice. Awesome. So we have a large section of time now blocked off, about 27 minutes or so, where we can do some Q&A. So if you're watching, you can post your questions still. They'll get through to our speakers. I'm going to start with one. I'm going to kick off a question for Lesley. What are the common concerns people have for making friends with customers and with the WordPress community? And how do you think we can address those common concerns?
Hey, Kim. Hey, everyone. And hey, everyone tuning in. Super excited to be here. It's 4 a.m. for me, so I'm going to be trying to be as awake as I can as I answer this question. Yeah, so I think a lot of people have concerns like, you know, I run this professional company. I need to be professional. I need to come across as, you know, a working professional, a plugin professional or something like that. And that ends up feeling a bit robotic. And I think all of you guys, like Kim, I know for sure in my interactions with you that like, even though you run this, you know, big plugin company, you've always been super personable and like easy to reach and easy to talk to. And I try to do the same as well with my customers. Like I'm on Twitter a lot, and even when I'm emailing them for support stuff, I try to be myself and I try to be helpful and go the extra mile, just like I'm talking to a friend, like who's come over for the day, or like we're in a cafe and I'm trying to help them out with something. And like that's kind of the approach that I take. And I think it not only makes it more pleasant for me, but also people enjoy it. And they find that it's more helpful for them. And then that kind of creates like a flywheel. They feel like it's easy to reach out to me, and they have questions. And I've actually gotten a lot of good feature requests as a result, because like people don't feel afraid of, criticizing the plugin, which I never feel is like a bad thing. I always think it's great. Like, tell me what's wrong so I can fix it. And people are often like surprised, like they're like, oh, I wasn't expecting you to care, or I wasn't expecting you to, actually go and fix it. And that's like sad, right? It's sad that the state is people expect you to never give support and like be MIA. And so like I try my best to flip that on its head, and it's really paid off.
That's awesome. I'm not Topher, do you want to throw up a question, or I can throw up one right now that I had shared here?
I don't know if this is a question or not, but I wanted to say something to Tammie. I'm an old school PHP theme developer. I like hacking templates. I like the old way of building themes. And I have looked at the new way and thought, I can't figure that out. That's more work than I need. And then I saw, I don't remember if it was your blog post or something you said on Twitter, that you thought it was easier and better. And that meant something to me, partly because I know you, I trust you, I know your voice, I know your experience, and that, you weren't just some stranger on the internet saying that. But it gave me a lot of confidence that this is going to be better, even if I can't see it right now. So I guess my question is something short, something simple. What's better? One thing. This obviously is better than the old way. What is it?
One thing.
Yeah.
I think we don't have to accept. I'm going to unpack that a tiny little bit. And as someone that has kind of been there making things, and I'm saying this as someone that isn't just coming in and kind of making things. So thank you for kind of saying that. I kind of was used to that way as well. And used to, I think, is the thing. You kind of, sometimes you get used to the uncomfortable chair that you sit in. Bear with me on this conversation, right? And you get used to it, and you get used to the fact that it's causing you backache, and you get used to the fact that that's part of it, and you accept that. But you shouldn't accept that. And there are better chairs that you could have. And that's kind of what we have now, that things have moved on, and we have this opportunity to move on with it. And we have to change as a result of that. But that thing that always we wanted, really, and I say we because honestly, like I feel such a bond with theming, and it's kind of like deep in, and it's part of the community of just having this style that you could change. I go back to that, like the switches that was such a thing, right? And it was such a thing of just changing your theme, and everybody used to do it, right? It was this thing of like, you just restart, and everybody would do it, and everyone was so excited to like restart. Like there was like CSS reboot, or there was, I'm showing my age, it's so much in the kind of context. But there were those things, and people don't do that anymore because it's so difficult, and because it's not exciting to do, and it's not fun to do. So that is why I'm saying that this is the opportunity to do it, and for more people to do it. It's become this thing that you had to learn so much technology to be able to do. The curve was so big, and the acceptance of all of this was so much. That is why I'm so excited to put that into play for everybody, the art direction, and just to have that. this last weekend or so ago, I redesigned several of my sites in a couple of hours. And that's not a brag. That's just because you can with these things. And that it's minimal or whatever, because I'm quite a minimalist in my design, but it's the empowerment to be able to do that. And I can now be like, hey, I want to change, autumn's coming, autumn colors, autumn design. And that's kind of what I mean. We can get this creativity again, and we can start having that art. So yeah, that's what I mean about it. And I kind of come back to that.
That's cool. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to throw this question out to Lex. When you talked about wooing, I thought there has to be a personal story. And if you don't have one, it's okay. I can shoot another question to you. But if you had like an interesting personal story working with a customer and using these wooing techniques that you could share with us, because I think everyone loves to hear that anecdote.
Yeah. So my personal story goes back to, it's a digital, we are selling some digital stuff. So you can consider it as I guess it's a software. I mean, I was a developer, and I learned it's like we have some discount for students and something for professionals. And that time it's like WooCommerce didn't had extra tables or something. So that's the time we find it like customers, like that's my first slide. It's like customers buy stuff for their own reasons. So we find it like we thought it's not going to, we are not going to get more sales or something. And it's like we got more sales. And we also thought the price, it was actually a pricey product. So we thought like, I'm just a developer. I don't have any other stuff at that time. I mean, I don't have any marketing or any other experience at that time. So I just know what is WordPress, WooCommerce, and other stuff. And when we launched the store, within the first week or within 10 days, we hit almost more than their goal. We got more sales. And I was like, what to do now? And the customer, I mean, the end user, the client wanted a report, and I don't know how to do it, because at that time, I know just MySQL and other stuff. And we had to do some extra code just to get the report, because we got so many sales. Like I think 7,000 or 11,000 or something, like 7,000 customers and 11,000 sales, something like that. So that's why I used to tell people like WooCommerce isn't that bad or something. Like some people complain, oh no, I'll just go with something else. I would say you just start with WooCommerce. It's it's open source, and we have a community, and you have everything you want. Like you can go with maybe just a storefront, or you can even pull out any other theme or something. And you can just start from there. You don't have to pay any monthly rent or something. And you can start. If you don't get a sale, it's okay. At least you have to just pay for hosting and other minimal stuff. So that's my story. And I also learned like we used to, and we tried that. I mean, we tried to replicate that model, but it didn't work. So it's like, it's not just a flashy theme or something like that. It's like a lot of combinations, like pricing. And you should know your customers well. Like that's how you will write everything, even a small CTA, call to action button. Like everything plays a role in, so that's where you should know your customer, and you can plan your, nowadays you can create the hype. You can go with like how Product Hunt or Kickstarter does. So the story that I was talking, it's like in 2013 or 2014. Now things are much changed, and WooCommerce grown a lot. So things could be better now.
Nice.
Thanks
Thank
for the
you.
question.
Thank you for sharing that story.
Yeah.
Lesley, I was watching your talk and realizing I've been writing a blog post for the last several days about, my title is How to Get Started in WordPress, but a lot of it is about community and reaching out and making friends and being human and all that stuff. And I just listening to your talk thinking, oh, she's doing it all for me. But I did learn some really great stuff from it that is going to end up in my blog post. So thank you for that.
You're welcome to steal anything you like.
I'll just paste this video right into my post. What she said.
That's good. Tammie, I'll shoot this. Oh, God, did you want to add, Lesley? Sorry.
No, I was just curious to know what Topher already had in his post, because like maybe people. like
Well,
a preview of the post.
It's going to come out early next week. It's not done yet. So
nice.
I'll let you know when it's ready.
Cool.
Tammie, I'm going to ask you, I know for myself, my journey was kind of slow to coming around to the topic you talked about and, the idea of letting themes be themes. Were you an early champion of it, or do you feel like you also had like a moment where you, and you found why this was the future and you felt strongly?
I think it was quite a long time ago in a very distant WordCamp Europe. I actually had a similar talk before Gutenberg, because I've always kind of found a problem with the way that we've kind of had to force themes to be that way, but we had to. And I think that was the thing. I, like everybody else, I'd accepted that this was the way that we have to do with themes, to various degrees. I was always more on the side of the kind of the skeleton theme, I guess, for want of a better term, very seasonal. But really, for me, it just makes sense. Yes, I'm more on the design side, but it just makes sense that it is a styling layer. And we have this amazing thing called the plugin, and we have this amazing carrier functionality. So that should be doing all of that incredible weight. And then this amazing layer can be interchangeable. So for me, it just works. I guess my systematic approach to design kind of ties into that. But for me, it kind of always has made sense. I don't think I'm alone. I think it's pretty common from design people. I'm seeing nodding here as well for different people. And I think if you make themes and if you've made themes, I think everyone's had that moment of like, surely this functions.php file should not be everything that I'm putting in it. And then we've tried to break it down. And so that was our solution, right? It was like, break it down and then import into various files into the functions.php file to ease it. And there was never a better solution. And the amount of times you've rewritten code and all these kind of things and copy and pasting and redone things. So yes, I've been involved in the editor project in Gutenberg for a while, but really for me, it's always been these thing called themes are so powerful that we have this great thing and it's really amazing. And we have this incredible ecosystem in WordPress. We have such an artistic ecosystem and thread and such amazing art created. And we just need to get back to that. We always had some incredible artistic themes and just beauty. And it's kind of, we lost it a little bit, but we are going to go back to it. I super believe. And that is what I'm excited about. There's just this energy. I can feel it from other people. And I'm excited to see what people experiment and create. There's so much art in this community. And I'm really excited what people create now that they are kind of free to create that art with the tools. So yeah.
I have a quick addendum to that. A little prep for my question. I really love the CSS Zen Garden. And for those who don't remember it, the Zen Garden was a website where there was one page of extraordinarily well done HTML and people could submit style sheets. Only one file, no JavaScript, and you could completely change the design of the whole theme of everything with just CSS, and it was amazing. And before I used WordPress, I built my own CMS, and it was just a little blog. And you include CSS with a link file, but people don't really remember anymore that there's such a thing as an alternate CSS link file. And so you can connect like 4 different CSS style sheets, and it only uses the main one. And Firefox still has the switch. You can say, I want to use this other one, and boom, you have a whole new theme, and the end user can choose it. And I could never figure out how to do that in WordPress. I did it on my site. Every time I reskinned my site, I just added it on. And so you could go back and see all the past themes of my site, and you could change it seasonally. And I could never figure out how to do that with WordPress because there's so much more to a theme than the style sheet. So my question is, are we getting back to the point where you can theme WordPress with a style sheet?
Yes. I mean, you're theming it with a JSON file that is basically a recipe, a distilled version of styles that makes sense in a system approach. And the visual interface of that is global styles. That's the technical, but yes.
Yeah.
And I would secretly love to see switches. I don't know, maybe it's the retro in me. I love the idea of more changing of themes, more just experimenting and just seeing. I just want to see the color. I am excited to see. I have probably seen the most colorful themes in the past few months than in several years, of the past year maybe, than in several years that I've seen in WordPress. Because for a while, myself included, we were very limited in our palette, and the colors and the tonal embracing and the different shapes and the different explorations that are starting to happen and has been kind of like bubbling and brewing. That is what is going to be really delightful. And that's what we need to embrace, because everyone in open source is kind of an individual in this project. So just being able to do that, I'm super, I could get too excited. So yes.
Can I play host here and ask a question from Sam Glover from the chat? Because I thought it was a great question, and like it's kind of disappeared in everyone's questions and comments. So his question is, I love excuse me, I love the idea of keeping form and function separate, but it gets muddy. How many themes have custom styles for WooCommerce or Gravity Forms?
I do not know that answer, but
the answer is not enough.
There you go.
But I guess like the like deeper question here also is, is what you're saying, like once you have a more, like specific or heavy use case like WooCommerce, or like a, you're like this huge Gravity Form database and like multi-step form thing, like can themes be switched in and out as easily?
I would say this, because what we're doing is creating a systematic approach to styling. It adapts and scales up. It's not, that's when the true switching. So you can't really change at the moment. And a lot of these, a lot of the kind of bigger plugins or functionality, a lot less now, but some is still very tied to the theme or they're tied to that functionality. Once that is decoupled, then we have that switching, and then you have that capacity to do some more or less. We're in different levels and different scales, but that is the future I personally would love to see. Interchangeability. I would love someone to be able to choose to add functionality, to be able to say like, hey, I now want to sell something, but I want to be able to keep my branding, right? Like that's what's, if I think of a use case, I'm a small business, then, oh no, I now want to add a selling. Oh, I don't want to change my branding. I don't necessarily want to change anything. I want to keep that. And so for me, that's part of the art direction in it. I think a lot of this is coming, but it's part of that decoupling and that systematic approach and treating it as a design system. It sounds like a buzzword because you hear it so many times, but it's a word that basically means separating the form from the function and freeing styles. That's what it means.
Cool.
I have a question for Lax. This is partly personal interest, but I think it's kind of fit for everyone. One of the questions I see here is, oh, I lost it. Tips to get sales during the store launch. And the reason I ask, I did a launch yesterday of a site. It wasn't a store, but I want eyeballs just as much as somebody with a store. So I'd like to hear from you what kind of tips you have for drawing attention at a launch, whether it be your store or a product or whatever.
Yeah, so it's like, unless if you are a popular brand or you have, let's say you have a full-fledged marketing team and everything, so that's different. That case is like you can do all sort of high-level stuff, like you can have a marketing campaign, you can have a launch date and like you can increase the sales. That's a different case. Like you can run ads and other stuff. But let's say if someone is like Lesley or like someone like me, like I'm a developer, if I want to sell a theme or my plugin, and Lesley, I know like she's building in public. So if there are a lot of indie hackers or like someone who wants to just start out there. So, and you don't have to spend too much on, just advertising. So you can go with my personal stuff is like almost like what Kickstarter does. So I know most of you know already Kickstarter. What it does is like you can, can set up a launch campaign and where you can wait for the store to launch. Let's say October 15th, I'm going to launch something. In the 15 days, I'll create the hype, or I'll do some giveaway. I can have a store launch something, and I can give an offer for the first purchase, some things like that. So it's like, it doesn't have to be your product is not the best out there, or it's not about all of our other features. Like we can follow this from other retail outlets or something like that. Like when you see TV ads, the old radio ads, that kind of stuff, we notice that people create the hype, right? They will say like, oh, when is the launch or when it's happening, something like that. So we can do almost the same, but instead of just making the hype, and if your product is a crap, and it's like, you get word of mouth. So you can go with this one, like start a campaign. It doesn't have to be a Facebook or Twitter or something like that. It doesn't have to be a paid advertising campaign. You can just go out there and create the real hype and start with some offers. And it also breaks down to knowing your customers in the target audience. Let's say if I have something to sell, I think Cyber Monday or Black Friday is I would say that's the best time to do something like that. If you don't have something, you can still go with the, like Lesley said, like you can go with the communities. If you are a part of a community, or you have creating a community for your product, and that's kind of nice. I think I've seen Lesley everywhere. There is a Facebook group, newsletter nerds. Like I've seen her, and I've seen her in Twitter, and she said now she's part of post status as well. So things like that. If you are selling something, you should be omnipresent. You can be everywhere. But once you know what people are talking about on their pain points and other stuff, you can do your messaging. You can write your story in that way. Just by the talk title, I know, let the themes be themes. I was like, I want to listen to this. So it's like, I'm a backend engineer. I do mostly backend stuff, but it's still like that title, hook me in, something like that. Like if you know the pain points, and then you can, sell perfect, or like you can get sales from the day one itself.
Cool,
Perfect.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have a few more minutes for Q&A. So this one is for Lesley. And me too, I think, because I recently started talking to our customers. And before I did, I was super scared they were going to be mean and nasty and yell at me. So, if someone's not used to doing that, talking to their customers, what are like the common things they can just get wrong? And how can you do things differently?
For some reason, I feel like some people like get it in their heads that customers are going to be mean and nasty, and then they are like defensive, like from the outset, or like they misinterpret everything a customer's saying as like, like they're just saying that there's a bug, and then you interpret it as, your plugin sucks. I hate you. I hate your family. I hate like the next 5 generations of your family. And then, they respond in kind, right? And this happens to everyone, right? This happens to me as well. Like when I expect someone is going to say something mean, I'm like already have my defenses up, and like that happens like to everyone, right? I think like it happens, when you're a child, it happens when you're an adult as well. So I think like by the best way to avoid all of that is just by setting like the right perspective and the right tone for yourself right from the start, so that before you even enter the conversation with anyone, you already come at it from like the perspective of, there's always new things, there's always things that are going to be broken. There are always things that need to be fixed and can be improved. And customers, when they reach out to you, it's because they care enough about the thing that you've built, and they rely on it enough that they want it to be fixed, right? And that's a great thing. Like the worst thing to happen is for people to not care about your product, to never reach out. Like, that's the thing that you don't want. So when people reach out and are like, hey, in my case, like, I need to send out a newsletter in an hour's time. Like, I need this to be fixed. I'm like, I'm not like, oh, you've clearly done something wrong and configured it wrongly on your side. Like, you go fix that. No, I'm like, like, that's, how can I help? I'm here for you. Like, let's get this done. Because, when you come alongside your customers, I think it just eases the whole situation. And like, all they want is to be helped. And so, going past any frustration that they have and just being like, great, let's get this done. I'm here for you. I think that's kind of the way that I would approach it. So, all this is a long-winded way to say just changing your perspective from the start, I think makes a big difference.
I love that. Thank you so much. And thank you all of you for being here. We're going to say goodbye and end this Q&A. So thank you to Lax. Thank you, Lesley. Thank you, Tammie.
And also thank you to our sponsors. The Grand Canyon sponsors are Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. And then the Redwood sponsors. There's 10Web, Blackbird, CHRS Interactive, Domain.me, EasyWP, InMotion Hosting, Ionos, Nexus, a Liquid Web brand, Paid Memberships Pro, Pantheon, Posymyth, Innovations, Shifter, and Stellar WP. Thank you very much to all of you.
Yep. And everyone, next up, we're going to have a sponsor interview from Bluehost. And then we're going to have a small break and come back here at 1:45 p.m. Pacific. During the break, you can check out our job board, get yourself onto that sponsors page. They're both on the top menu of that WordCamp US website, and you can leave feedback about the session right there on that link as well. So thank you so much. It all helps us improve and deliver the best conferences for you. Unconferences.
Hi, everyone. Megan here, and we're going to be chatting with Devin Sears from Bluehost for a couple minutes. So, Devin, why does Bluehost sponsor WordCamps?
Bluehost sponsors WordCamps because we believe that WordPress is one of the best ways for people to harness the power of the web with all of the ecosystem that surrounds it and the open source aspect of WordPress. We believe that it is the best, if not one of the best, tools that people can leverage to help bring their dreams and their passions online. And that's what Bluehost is here to do, is help people bring those dreams online.
Cool. So what is your favorite thing about working at Bluehost?
My favorite thing about working with Bluehost is definitely the ability that I have to connect with the community. In the pre-pandemic world, I was able to travel around and go to a handful of different events around the country and even around the world. And I love connecting with people, and I love hearing about their passion project and what they're trying to accomplish and trying to find ways that I can help them take that next step. And so going out and being able to interact with the end user and making friends along the way is definitely my favorite thing about working here.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for being a sponsor, and thanks for your time today.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
We are back. Hey, everybody.
Sorry.
Hey, Topher. Topher is
Hello
on
there.
en route right now. Yes. Hi.
Yes. So I'm going to introduce myself real quick because I missed it earlier. My name's Topher. I work for Canberra Creative, and I work with my wife, Kate, to curate the Hero Press Network. And I'm really excited to be here. It's I've never missed a WordCamp US, and so I'm really happy to be part of this one.
I'm glad that you're here. It's much more fun to have a co-host through all of this. So yeah, Kim Coleman here. I want to remind you all to use the hashtag WCUS when you're talking about this event in social. It just helps everyone hear from one another and amplify our voices. I'm going to start out again. We're going to thank those Grand Canyon sponsors. They're Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, WordPress.com. We also want to thank our Yosemite sponsors. We have Amazon Lightsail, Cloudwaves, Gravity Forms, Green Geeks, SiteGround, Weglot, WP Engine, and Yoast.
Our speaker this session is Helen Hou-Sandi. Helen is the Director of Open Source Initiatives at 10up and a lead developer for the WordPress open source software project, now powering more than 40% of the web. From her start as a PHP MySQL applications developer to focusing on the front end of the back end from both a development and UX perspectives, she has a knack for figuring out what people need to get things done on their websites, including most recently on the relaunch of the whitehouse.gov for the Biden-Harris administration. Although she never knows whether to tell people she's a New Yorker from Virginia Beach, today Helen is based in San Jose, Costa Rica with her husband, 2 kids, and their very close-knit extended family. When not at the computer or hanging out with said family, she can be found at the piano or posting pictures of food that she's making. And that's the intro.
Helen's talk is a voice for the new White House administration with the block editor. With only 6 weeks to go before inauguration, the hardest of hard stops for launch, they embarked on a whirlwind journey to give incoming White House administration its online voice. Each U.S. presidential administration has its own White House site, meaning fresh launch, not a migration or revamp of the previous website. In this talk, Helen will take a look at how they broke down the needs for the block editor, showcase some of the truly visual editing experience they created to give the administration a fast and intuitive way to get its message across.
Hello, everyone. My name is Helen Hou-Sandi, and I'm the Director of Open Source Initiatives at 10up and one of the core lead developers for WordPress. I'm here today to talk about a recent project at 10up I got to be a part of building and launching, the new whitehouse.gov for the Biden-Harris administration. Now, as a fancy director of open source initiatives, my work is typically on, well, solutions we share openly, like our plugins and WordPress itself, as opposed to client work. But sometimes a project comes calling that you know is a special chance to level up both your own skills and your team's skills and really show what WordPress can do. Enter the White House, or more precisely, the Biden-Harris transition team, along with the agency Wide-Eye Creative. With just 6 weeks to go until inauguration, which is about as hard of a stop as you'll get, and starting nearly from scratch, we had to be really deliberate about what our goals were, how we were going to work together across companies and agencies, and get excited about what we were accomplishing. As for why there were only 6 weeks, well, let's just say there was a lot going on in this election cycle. To get there in time, we clearly split our duties. Our 10up team would focus on the things necessary to support the editorial experience and underlying data, and Wide-Eye would be on design and front-end realization of that design. We set ourselves up to work in parallel, working on build tooling and custom post types and taxonomies while designs were being finalized, working on editor styling, starting with core blocks, and then taking each front-end component or module as the front-end markup and styling were completed and converting those into custom editor blocks. This process served us very well and taught us a lot about how to think about those tightly curated designs as opposed to open-ended distributed themes, and how to convert those into compelling editorial experiences. Fundamentally, I believe that WordPress's greatest strength continues to be its focus on the visual interface, and especially the editorial experience. And as both a lead developer in WordPress and generally somebody with extremely high standards, wanted to deliver a world-class product, really showcasing what a modern block-based editor could do. At the root of wanting to create this world-class experience was a baseline goal of giving the White House its voice online. In today's world, especially online and during a global pandemic, that voice needs to be fast and responsive, meaning that creating and publishing content needed to be as intuitive and streamlined as possible. The design components were created to clearly communicate various things, and the editor was set up to get those pieces of content shaped and previewed easily on the way to publishing. This meant high design fidelity in the editor, creating a one-to-one editing experience, which you'll get to see. So let's talk about how we got there. First and foremost, we prioritized the front-end outcomes, making sure that the styling, accessibility, performance, interactivity, and responsive considerations were right from the start. The underlying data and server-side performance is, of course, important as well, but none of that really matters unless it's serving the true need, which in this case is the website or the front-end outcome. I'm going to talk through one of the homepage components as an example with some hypotheticals and then a real live demo of the editor. If you go to whitehouse.gov right now, you'll see something very similar to this screenshot, although with different content because this is from day one. In the designs for the site, we determined that the best way to support the tight curation and intuitive editing we really wanted was to build these components of the site as custom blocks, as opposed to working our way through block patterns, groups, and trying to exert control over concepts that, at least currently, are rooted in providing flexibility. There are some core blocks in use on the site. We've got paragraphs, images, lists, those sorts of basic formatting blocks that you'll see if you poke around. But the real meat of our work was a set of about 15 custom blocks to support custom design elements. This isn't to say that flexibility is inherently bad for WordPress or WordPress themes. It's just that when you only have 6 weeks, you also need to be deliberate about what you can't reasonably do. And in the case of a time crunch, that means coming up with styling that's comprehensive enough to look reasonably good with any combination of columns and rich embeds and what have you, and managing to QA all of the possibilities, that just doesn't fit into that time crunch. For many of you watching my talk today, you're probably familiar with meta boxes as a literal form of input. There are things that are understandably appealing about meta boxes. They make the data really explicit. They're familiar with a lot of libraries and tooling around them, including the plugin I used to make this mockup you see here. And they provide a level of control we've honestly maybe become a little too accustomed to. And, every web application is really just a dressed up form anyway, right? The thing is, I believe that we are a smart and creative bunch of people, and we can do better than just making the same old forms site after site. There are times that a plain form is still going to make sense. I'm not here to say that forms are problematic or some nonsense, but in a modern web environment with non-technical users who care both about the content itself as well as how it ends up looking, we should be aiming for something far more visually driven and interactive that gives users a sense of comfort that what they're doing will look good and that they can trust the system, that they can experiment with changes without breaking their live site. That's one of the fundamental problems with a form-based metabox approach. You have to save and hope for a good surprise. If it's still a draft, you can preview it, and hopefully you're managing to deal with the lack of revisions on post-meta, a famous problem in WordPress. But with something already published, good luck. And that's bad. I think this is bad. Save and surprise is bad. It's disjointed, and it's a downright terrifying experience, even for the most seasoned of users. And when you're talking about something as high profile as the White House, we really do not want that. Computers are just tools for us to get stuff done. We, the people, the developers, we tell them what to do. There are, of course, limitations in what we can accomplish even still, and especially given things like time constraints. But we can still push ourselves harder to make the tool do the work for all of us, not just make an editing experience that is forcing your users to bend their mental model to the way we've been making computers work. So let's take that advanced custom fields ACF metabox experience and convert it into an ACF block. Again, just hypothetical. This is real. I really made an ACF block, and this is a screencast of how it looks. This is already more promising. We've got something that looks a little weird in the editor, but it's clearly holding the space with the styling we expect for that homepage topper. We still get familiar feeling form fields in a sidebar, a paradigm we might be used to from stuff like, Word, where we enter stuff, and after a short delay, it appears in the editor area, similar to the way the customizer handles changes. We can enter links and URLs, progressing through the fields. We can set a background image, and we can change the content positioning to complement that image. You can also see here that there are 2 links. And here we're setting this background image and we're selecting it. It fills in after a brief pause, and we can change that positioning to match the image so it's not blocking the focal point. We have a problem though. The sidebar is open in order to manipulate this data. And currently in the editor, the window width is that of the entire window, including the sidebar. So the responsive styling for the actual editor area width does not necessarily kick in. So we have to toggle the sidebar on and off to get a true idea of what we're dealing with. Add to that those little delays in previewing, which were minimal in that screencast because I'm working on my local environment, and I still think we can do better. The sidebar is also something we need to think of as a tertiary editing interface after the editor block itself and the block toolbar. It should be reserved for things that do not need to be manipulated often or in real time. We also need to get used to this concept of staying out of the sidebar as much as possible so that we mentally prepare ourselves for the paradigms of full-site editing, which is already in core, though likely not in use by many just yet. The sidebar isn't disappearing, but we need to consider that the ideal editing environment is one that is immersive as much of the time as possible. Another issue with this form-based block editing experience is that it's still making round trips to the server, at least in this format, where each time you enter data, there is that slight delay where it has sent the data to the server, is processing it through the output, and sending back the entire output of the block to be shown in the editing interface. Here's where we landed for the White House. This is a completely custom block, reusing the front-end markup and styling done up by the front-end developer on the project, with one-to-one fidelity, an intuitive editing experience, and instantaneous response to changes. There's no waiting to see what happens when you enter or change something. It's just right there. This is a real-time screencast. I do type fast. It is not going at fast speed. This is just normal speed. But you can see that when you change things, when you enter things, everything is just right there. It's instant. When you select an image, it pops right in. We can then open the sidebar to change the location of the content, because we're not manipulating it often. And then there are things like letting you know that a URL is missing for a link, which you might have caught, a little exclamation point, and that you can also enter more links if you want, right? And then when you're outside of the block, it then collapses so that you don't see those extra link inputs and you get that real one-to-one preview of what it looks like on the front end. Okay, so the real question you're all wondering, I think, how do we get here? This is primarily meant to be an inspirational talk and not a technical deep dive, but we can talk a little bit about the details. Again, we are prioritizing the front end outcomes, right? So I talked about how we're working in parallel, where there's a front end developer working on the design fidelity, right? Taking that design and faithfully recreating it as an interactive experience with responsive considerations, with dark mode, with large font size that you may have seen on whitehouse.gov. And we're taking that front end output from the front end developer, and we're just porting that right back over into the editing interface. And what that means is that we're taking advantage of these newer technologies that are powering the editor. And these are things that in the WordPress space are still a little frightening, especially for longtime developers, right? And that's because they are concepts around JavaScript and build tooling, which are, in a lot of ways less familiar to a lot of people and have not been around nearly as long as the rest of your, storied careers. So here we want to leverage tools like React and JSX and WP scripts. For a light definition of each, I think there will be other talks that really get into the nitty-gritty of each of these. But React is a JavaScript library that reacts to data. That's its primary concept. And so when you change data on the screen, it knows which parts of the DOM, which parts of the interface need to change, need to react to that data change that you've made. And if you think about it, that's a really great building point for the editor, right? Because fundamentally an editor is something where you're editing something and the interface needs to react to those changes and show you the outcome of your changes. JSX is a way of writing markup essentially for React. I don't want to get into too many details in this talk, but it strongly resembles HTML. We'll take a look at it and should be at least somewhat familiar and gives us an opportunity to, again, reuse that front-end markup. I will explain what I mean. It gives us that opportunity to reuse our front-end markup in a way that is very familiar. And then we can use WP scripts to build out the JavaScript and CSS that we need as a tool that's already provided for us and that needs, honestly, minimal configuration to get working. So I say all of that like, oh, it's easy. I promise it's not that it's going to take you 15 minutes to get used to it, but it is not nearly as scary as I thought it was going to be, right? I went into this project thinking, wow, I have a lot to learn. But I'm here to tell you about what it took to get there. So to that, it's live demo time. I'm not going to be coding live. I'm going to walk through the parts of a custom block I've already put together for you to see. Sorry, it's not White House code. That's not open source, but you'll get the idea. This is my code editor. This is Visual Studio Code, and we are taking a look first and foremost at this block.json. And I apologize now that I'm looking off a little to the side because that's where I can see the code. So here we have a block.json, and this is kind of a funny entry point, actually, but we'll start here. And here we just have a JSON file, and we've got stuff like an API version. The API version 2 of the block editor made a lot of things a lot easier. So if you tried building blocks, even a year and a half, a year ago, it's very different today. So I highly encourage trying again. We get things like title, description, some things that are probably expected. I'll talk through these in a moment. Yeah, we have attributes, which is the data underlying. And then we have an example, which actually populates this little live preview that you get in the editor. That's very cool. And then where to find the built files, which I'll explain. So when I say we start with the front-end outcome first, we're starting with what you might think of as a template part. Right here, it's not living in a template parts folder, but this is essentially what's going to happen. If we take a look at the registration, we have this render block callback. That's all there is. We're registering the block type from that JSON file. And then we have a render callback. And in the render callback, we do some buffering, but output buffering. But then we just do a get template part, right, of this render. So this is familiar. This is a get template part. And so in this get template part, we have the markup, right? We get the data, we kind of prepare it, and then right there, we have this output, right? So we have a div with this wrapper div with this class. We have the inner, the label, the title, the description, and you'll see all these in a minute. So we have this markup, and we have associated styling for this markup. Okay, this is very minimal. So this particular theme that I'm working within is a child theme of 2020. So I'm mostly inheriting 2020 styling. And then I just need a little bit of styling to style my custom block the way that I want. And again, you'll get to see all of this shortly. So then here in the edit, well, again, let's go back to this render, right, where we have this markup. So what we do is we take this same markup and the same concepts, right, like these, the HTML attributes, the general structure, and in our edit file, in our edit function, we can actually see that we have the same markup. Okay, so this has block props. Here you can see that same class name, right? WordCamp US demo. This was the same thing that you saw here, right? And then inner, title, description, remember those, right? And this is a span, an H2, a div with a paragraph inside. So that's what we're going to get here. This wrapper div, the inner div, then we get these parts, right? So again, remember the span, the label, the H2, the title, a wrapper div with a paragraph inside. Okay, so now backing up, what is this thing that says rich text? right? It kind of looks like HTML, right? Like if I deleted all this stuff, that would be a self-closing tag, right? And then all these things on the inside, well, they kind of look like HTML attributes. And one thing you might have noticed here, actually, is that instead of class, we have class name. And this is now getting into what I was talking about earlier with JSX. So JSX is XML in JavaScript, hence JSX. And XML is that like self-closing, that closed tags concept that we see in strict HTML. So here, it has to be class name because class is already a keyword in JavaScript, right? Much the same way that we have classes in PHP. So we had to rename it to class name so that it doesn't conflict. But this is essentially an HTML attribute, right? And then here we have the placeholder, the value, onChange, tag name, allowed formats, class name. So these look like HTML attributes. In React and JSX, these are called props. And these are things that we're essentially passing to a thing called rich text, which represents a React component. And so this is the real power of a React-based editor, is that the React-based editor, Gutenberg, right, it ships with a ton of components inside. It ships with rich text, it ships with select dropdowns, it ships with the toolbar, all of these concepts. These are React components, right? And we pull them in by referencing them at the top. We import them. So I import the rich text component from the block editor. And then here I can use it. And what this rich text element is, rich text component, is exactly what it sounds like. It's a rich text editor that shows inline. And that's what powers that typing into the editor block experience, is using components like rich text, which you now don't have to create on your own. You can reference them from the block editor itself and reuse those within your custom blocks. And that's what's really exciting about this, is that now we're taking this PHP output, right? And with it, instead of the PHP output that we would have on the front end, in the editor now, we have a rich text component that sits in its place, right? So you have one concept on the front end, which is the output, and then on the editor side, we have the input, the editor component, right? So we get that through here. The onChange, if you're from HTML4 days, writing JavaScript inline, that might also look a little familiar to you. And that's just setting the attribute for the block, for the label, headline, description. These all do essentially the same thing, just for different pieces of data that we've defined, again, in our block.json, right? Where we have our attributes, label, headline, description. And so those we have reflected here. Label, headline, description. And that's really it. That's all there is in the editor. You just have this. We bring in those pieces of data and we reuse our markup from the front end, the styles. And then in this specially named style.css, this then actually gets pulled into both the editor and the front end. So it reuses the styling in both places. And then looking at this index.js, this is a very small file where we're registering the block from that same block.json file, which is great. It means that we're reusing the same configuration on both the PHP and JavaScript sides, right? And then here we just register our block type using stuff out of the block.json. We import that edit function from our edit file. And then for save, we're not saving anything. And this is called a dynamic block, which means that the block is rendered dynamically on the front end. A lot of core blocks save markup to the database, and this makes sense for many reasons. It's a little bit of a funny concept when you're first getting used to it, but it does make sense for a lot of core blocks. However, for custom blocks, especially ones where we're in tight control of the markup and we may be changing it later, a dynamically rendered block is going to make more sense for us. And that's why we need to reflect that same markup from the front end in the editor, because we need to be able to render it in both places. It's not traveling to the server and getting the full markup back, but rather it's just changing those pieces of data. Okay, so what about this build process? The all famous build process. you know what? This is all there is to it. You have a source folder, an index.js, and you import your block, right? And you import that block's index.js. There's no reference to it here because it's that specially named file. And then in your edit.js, I believe, no, the index.js, sorry, you import the style.css, but because of the special naming, the build process knows what to do with it. As for the build process, how do you set that up? We have a package.json. You might have more stuff in here if you're doing things like linting or what have you, but all you need is WordPress scripts, that WP scripts I was talking about, and then this is pinned to the latest version, but that's all you need. The style.css in this case is just to make this child theme, as you can see here, and that's really all there is to it. So what ends up happening is that once you've put this in your package.json, and then in your scripts, your build is wp-scripts build, then you can run in npm build. Oops, I'm at npm run build. Okay, and here you see it says WP scripts build. This is probably a little small on your screens. We'll see if it runs. It may not. There we go. So yeah, it runs the build. And so here's what we can do. We can actually check out this block as promised. So now this is going to be a little bit less of a mystery. Okay, so let's set up our demo. We have our WordCamp US demo block. So I recreated the little sideways label here just so that you can see again. You have this like weird typing sideways experience, but then we have this I'm typing live. This is really cool, and I can do a subset of formatting, right? And so I can see all of this here live. My sidebar is currently open, but you can see there's nothing in here. So I can close it and really get that full preview, that full view of what I've got going on. And I can do line breaks, and then I can hit publish. Okay. And then I can view it. And there we go. And this is super fast, right? We can see that this is a live preview of what we have going on, what we did in the editor. Everything is high fidelity, right? It's close to one-to-one. In the case of 2020, the editor is actually slightly wider than the actual front-end content area for some reason. But you can see it's extremely close. And what we could do is we could say like, oh, let's say I want to add another demo or another demo block. What happens if I make this label super long and I put it first? Well, I can see that this is going to overlap, right? And that this is a bad idea. So I know that rather than having something like a strictly enforced character limit or whatever else, I can just delete it, say, okay, shorter, right? Headline, description. We can update and then go back, refresh, and there we go, we have it. So this is super cool. And we can also do things like, let's say I want to make that label. Right now there's this red color. So let's say I want to make it, and then I can run my build again. Give it a second, go to the front end, refresh. It's blue, not great contrast, but that's okay, we're just demoing. And then again, I can refresh my editor. Give it a second, and there we go. It's blue right there in the editor as well. And again, I changed one thing in my CSS, ran the build, and it was there in both places. Because I'm reusing that markup, I'm reusing that styling, and it's all good. And you can see that running the build is very quick, at least in our case, because we have something very small. But it's very exciting, and it's very exciting that we can do this. And I have another exciting thing, which if you're eagle-eyed, you might have caught. I was hoping this wouldn't happen. But here's my surprise for you with this live demo, which is that all of this was in my browser, including my code editor. This is called Codespaces. This is a live repo that you'll be able to see. I'm just Helen on GitHub, WordCamp US 2021. So you'll be able to see this repository. And what this is a thing called a code space. And it's running a container with this WordPress installation at this wild looking URL, fully installed, fully set up for you out of the box. And then it connects Visual Studio Code in your browser to that container so that you are editing there in that container, in that workspace. And then you can make changes, you can save them. If I left that blue change, I would be able to commit it either using the UI or on the command line. Right? We can see git status, and it tells me this has been changed. I can make those changes, those commits, and push them. I don't want to do that because that looked bad. But all of this is in the browser, and it's super exciting. And I think it's a great demonstration of the power of new tooling and reducing that barrier to entry, where we can take things that maybe feel a little bit intimidating, especially when you're running them on your local computer, right? And you're thinking, wow, like, how do I install these things? How do I get Node running? What if I have the wrong version of Node? And instead, we can sort of automate this a bit more and provide these remote development environments that are extremely fast and responsive. In case you didn't notice, as I was refreshing things, clicking around, this is actually very responsive. It's very fast. And it looks great. And again, this is a real WordPress site. I'm logged in. I have everything. I had to run an update earlier, and it all works. And so that's just sort of like a little extra surprise for you in this talk, is that this is a fully functioning code space on GitHub running a full WordPress installation. And it's very exciting. And I actually wrote this entire demo in my browser. I don't have any of this code locally on my computer. Where do we go next with this? What does all of this even mean? What are we doing here? Again, I'm really hammering on this. We really, really want to focus on the front end outcomes first. What really matters for the vast majority of what we're doing with WordPress is what happens. What is the output of these sites? How do they look? How do they function? Right? Are they communicating what they need to be communicating? So going back to the code a little bit, although in a more controlled format, again, I want to talk through this markup stuff. I know that if you've gotten it the first time, I'm sorry, but I am going to go over it again because I really, really want to focus in on this concept. First and foremost, we have the front end outcome, right? So this is straight HTML, no PHP yet. We've just got markup with these class names and well-formed HTML, right? Semantic, everything is meaningful, etc. We then take that markup and we bring in that PHP data, right? So we have things like our class names, the attributes that are coming in from the block, etc., right? And then we can do things like escaping output for the front end. And then again, we take that same markup from the PHP side and we bring that into the editor using editor components in React and JSX in a hopefully somewhat familiar kind of format that, yes, you will have to learn some things about, but should have enough similarity that it should provide you a little bit more of an on-ramp into getting into it. Right? If you originally tried React quite some time ago, or if you followed something that wasn't using JSX, the build process, probably saw stuff like react.createElement, which also made sense, but felt a little more complex to get used to, right? Not as easy of a transition. So with JSX, with embracing the build, we are able to use these syntaxes that feel more familiar and give us an easier way of on-ramping into more modern web technologies. So here's something you may have noticed about these examples, right? Markup 1, PHP, React. It's very not dry, right? So dry for don't repeat yourself. And I think they say like the opposite is wet. So write everything twice, or in this case, write everything thrice. So how can we kind of tackle that from a developer's point of view? How can we stick to that ideal of dry code, of not repeating ourselves? what if we only had to write the markup once? You might have seen a number of us kind of chattering away on our own blogs, on Twitter, on wherever, about some experiments that we've been doing around this concept, right? As more and more of us are building custom blocks, experimenting with the editor, getting into full site editor concepts. What if we only had to write that markup once, right? What would that mean? And there are so many ways of thinking about this, right? And I think that one of the things to really be mindful of is we're not necessarily trying to avoid a build step entirely, right? There is power in a build step, and there's performance benefits, right, in building it. But what if we could somehow, abstract that away a little bit, maybe make it so that your entry point could be, let's say, PHP, or your entry point could be purely a configuration file in the format of JSON. There are multiple experiments running at the same time. I really want to emphasize again that these are experiments, right? And like with all sorts of knowledge explorations, there are going to be multiple people working toward the same concept at the same time, and we're going to collide somewhere along the way and see what comes of it. And it might be that maybe we write a PHP template and we have some super smart, super cool way of transpiling that into JSX, right, where we can check out the JSX and maybe make some, complex considerations in terms of editor interactivity, because it can get complex if you really, really get into some interesting interactivity in the editor to reflect the front end. But what if we could just write a PHP template and that got transpiled into JSX, and then that JSX got built into JavaScript that the browser can understand? Or what if all we have is a JSON file where we define these markup nodes, right? And what should the editor interface be, right? So here I have a paragraph. Here's the attribute that it represents. Here's the editor component that I want to use. And here's what it should be in PHP, right? Like, what if we could have those for the simplest plain text sort of outputs? What if it was something else entirely? I don't know. There are so many smart people out there. And by experimenting, that's the best way for us to kind of go through things that might work, get through some early ideas, iterate on them, rather than hoping for a fully formed solution to just fall out of the sky, right? We have to work through these things together, share what we're working on, and make everything better for everybody. So, new technology. It's great, honestly. I get that it can be intimidating. I get that for a lot of people out there, JavaScript might not be your comfort area, and you're kind of still wary of that, learn JavaScript deeply thing. And that's okay. I myself am sometimes terrified of needing to write JavaScript, but it is the foundation of interactivity on the web, right? And I think that when we think about what a modern editor looks like, what a great, intuitive, delightful experience looks like for an editor, it's not shoving them into forms. It's not shoving them into tight control. It's about creating these modern experiences, interactive experiences with live preview that really make a compelling product, right? And I think also a big part of this is, I implore you, join me, and we can shape WordPress and the editor, right? Like, we can think about these experiments with what writing block markup just once could be like. And then what is the broader concept around that, right? Should we be making custom blocks in general, or should we have core patterns that have locking concepts, which they currently don't, right? If you insert a pattern, which are wonderful, but once you insert a pattern, you can move the parts within the pattern around. You can delete them, you can insert new ones, right? And sometimes with these curated editorial experiences, we don't want that, right? So should we be driving Core and the Gutenberg project toward having patterns that have locking concepts? Or maybe it's both. Maybe they can coexist and there's no actual real issue there, right? We need to really be deliberate about exploring all of these things with an open mind and thinking about, what suits which use case, right? The tight control that we might need for a client project is not necessarily the same thing that you're going to want in a distributed theme or flexibility. right? The ability to change it in small or big ways to fit your vision is actually really important. So we don't know yet. We really need to be building in order to find that out. So I know that I'm asking a lot, and I know that we're all tight on time, but as you can, try building out a block. Try out the full site editor, even just testing things, right? Getting accustomed to these paradigms, these ideas, these concepts around how an interactive editor works, what it feels like, right? Making sure that we continue to be our own best users and that we're very aware of what it needs when we're using our own software. And that's how we can continue to drive the project forward and to drive it forward in a way that also helps us as developers, right? To have the tools that we need, to have the concepts that we need to accomplish the tasks that we have for the work that sustains us. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope that you enjoyed a little behind the scenes peek at whitehouse.gov, which I know has been the recipient of quite a bit of attention earlier this year. And I hope that live demo, if Codespaces excites you, I would also love to hear about that. So thank you so much for joining me today. We'll be doing a live Q&A, and I'll see you next time, hopefully in person. Bye.
Hello, hello.
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 I've been looking forward to this. Helen, I missed a little bit of the middle of your talk because I was moving from my car to my hotel where I am now. But it was really exciting. I've been looking forward to it. Just a little bit ago, we talked with Tammie Lister, and her talk was about theming and how that's changing. And I mentioned to her that I was grateful for her voice in the community because I trust her and because I know her, and I would like to say the same to you. The directions that WordPress is going has worried me a little bit. It's stuff I don't know. It's not comfortable. It's not what I love yet. But voices like yours give me good hope. I think what you and I do with PHP is in the same ballpark. You said that you're not a front-end JavaScript developer, and I'm in the same boat. And so what you're doing is exciting to me, and I'd like to get to where you are. And I really appreciate the code you've been doing, especially the live stuff you've been doing on it's Twitch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's really exciting. That's good stuff. Stuff that I need, and I thank you for it.
Thanks.
I'm going to launch with a question from Francisco Apazzo. Francisco asks why you went ahead with building 15 custom blocks and you didn't use a few from a few shops like WP Stackable, Cadence blocks, or Extendify.
Yeah, this goes back to saying that, we're focusing on the front end outcome first, right? And with this touches on, I think, another question that I saw fly by. But in that sort of overlapping development strategy that we came up with, to get this done super fast, there was a different person, right, at a different agency doing the front end markup, right? And so we had him focus on that first because it was, the way the website looks is what matters, right? Like if the website looks and functions poorly, none of what we were going to do in the admin matters at all, right? Like there's no point in building a great admin editorial experience if it's a great experience to produce something that is bad, right? So if we were to go with something like, built by somebody else, we would have to do code review anyway. We would have to make sure that in terms of the UX, it meets the things that we need. And then that means that we're building blocks first instead of front-end outcomes first, right? And that's just that's the opposite of what we were aiming for. And so, yeah, I think that works really well for a lot of things. I think that these products that exist fit a lot of really, really important use cases, but custom development, on a tight design, a tight schedule, for a high profile client, those are things that maybe don't meet the best use case possible for those products.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I definitely feel like the approach was the right approach, and maybe down the road if they need more extensions and they want to leverage other plugins. But in this case, like you said, custom felt like the right approach, and I think you're probably all grateful that it was.
Yes.
Yeah. Another question from Jean-Baptiste is something I think every project manager in the whole world wants to know. How on earth did you do it in 6 weeks and do it right? Testing, validation, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a testament to 10up and probably other agencies like it at that scale that you can pull that off and do it right.
Yeah, there are a couple things. Like, I think one of the most important things to acknowledge, right off the bat is that, this was something that was exciting for those of us who were working on the project, right? Like, this may not necessarily be an exciting project for everybody, right? But for those of us who were working on it, it was extremely exciting for us. And so I think all of us that were on this project, those of us at 10up, and then the folks over at WideEye, as well as some of the people on the Biden-Harris transition staff who were involved in this, we were all working a lot, more than I would ever say like a person should be expected to do under normal circumstances. But like, we all made this choice for ourselves, right?
Sure.
And so, there's that. I mean, we did probably 12 weeks worth of hours in 6 weeks, first and foremost. Right. And then on top of that, some things that you might think of as being necessary, like QA and testing, we did not have in that way, right? We were QAing as we went. And a big part of this was having the people on the project who were trusted to be QAing their own work, right? Like, that doesn't apply to everybody. I think like everybody has different strengths, but the people that we staffed onto this project were people who were able to make those decisions on their own and didn't need an additional layer of review, an additional layer of like help, right? We also did have some help. We're allowed to talk about things that are like publicly known. So like Aaron Jordan came in and helped with some things, right? So we also just like generally had a lot of attention, a lot of help.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, like coming up with that way of like that way of development, right? Making sure that each of us had something that we were moving forward, that we were never stuck by what somebody else was working on, right? That there was always something else that we could pivot to and get moving. Even if something else needed to wait for somebody else, we always had something that was moving along. There was no like, okay, I'm just going to wait a week and see what happens, right? I need to wait a week for design. You need to wait a week for content. There was never any of that. There's always something that we could be doing. We did a really great job of planning it out. I want to give a special shout out to Jen Perrone over at WideEye, who is just like super on top of stuff. And she just really like drove us from the project management perspective. Absolutely loved working with her. And so, yeah, we just really had special people is like a big part of it, right? And sometimes that's what you need to do. It's like you need to recognize like the strengths of the people around you and like, staff up a project appropriately.
Mm-hmm. That's really cool. I think it speaks well of it's an indication of an experienced developer to know how to not burn out over the years, but to know when to burn hot for 6 weeks and then take a break and not burn out, That's not something everybody just gets right away. That's cool.
You brought up Aaron Jordan, and Aaron put a chat in. He wants to send you a happy birthday. So he hasn't been on Twitter and following this, but it is Helen's birthday today. So.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
That's awesome.
We must immortalize it in this event.
You should go someplace tropical for your birthday.
Yeah.
It's not really actually tropical where I live, but close enough.
Oh, well. There's a beach.
Far away.
Somewhere.
Oh,
is it far away? Oh.
Shoot.
So, very important question. What was it like sleeping in the Lincoln bedroom?
No such thing
at the
happened.
White House.
I was in Costa Rica the whole time.
Oh, well.
We have a question from Larry Franklin, who wants to know, what's your favorite thing on those cool shelves right behind you?
My favorite thing on the cool shelves.
It's hard. Favorite is hard.
Ooh, wow. To be honest, it is probably these two candles here, closely followed by the shoes that are next to them. But the two candles that are here, these are Jesus and Miro. If you are a New Yorker within the culture, you know what that is. But it's one of the few. Also, besides that, I love Jesus and Miro and have followed them for a long time. It was a surprise from my husband, who is not good at surprises. So he managed it. He pulled it off one year for my birthday. It's probably been like 5 years. So I think that's probably my favorite thing on these shelves.
Nice. That was a good question. A funny one. And they don't get burned. Are you just using them because they're super
do not get burned.
safe?
No.
Not get burned.
I don't
One of your
need to-
children
I
will
don't
like
need to.
come in there and light it one day. It'll be like, ah!
No. We don't need to invoke the Sana part. We don't need that.
I have a question about. Oh, and you know what? If we have one from somebody other, maybe we should that one. You got one?
I saw a question on the White House. See, two toggle buttons on the
Mary.
left side. Yeah, from Mary Ann. Toggle high contrast and toggle large font size. So these were implemented by the front-end developer and the accessibility specialist / engineering manager who was at Wide-Eye at the time, who's just phenomenal. And these are in CSS mostly, right? So like they are JavaScript in that, right? The JavaScript is what makes it dynamic, right? But these things are managed in CSS. We use Sass on the product, not post CSS or something else. So this project was using Sass. And so these are all like mix-ins, right? So there were, I don't know all the details because I did not touch a whole lot of CSS, because on this project, we straight up imported the front-end developer CSS into the block editor style sheet, right? So like I did not have to do very much with the CSS, but a lot of it was, they would have mix-ins, functions, that's the word I'm looking for, functions for like calculating the right contrast color for something against another background. And things like that. And then by managing all these things, it's like adding a body class essentially, right? So the whole thing, and then it changes the font size, it scales certain elements, or it changes the colors. But yeah, the high level answer to that is that it was, you're using JavaScript to inject a class name. And then there's a lot of stuff in the CSS, in the Sass partials that manage those changes. Do we have time for more questions?
I think we can, if you want to ask, we can ask the one about streaming on Twitch, if you'd like to address that one, or if there's something else you're seeing that's.
Well, I did mention, yes, I do occasionally stream on Twitch. Sometimes I'm very busy with things that I cannot share on Twitch. But the cool thing about working on an open source project is that when I'm working on WordPress itself, I can stream. So I'm Helen Hou-Sandi on Twitch, and I just streamed the day before yesterday, experimenting with a block-based theme in the full site editor. And I actually converted my personal site, which is at helen.blog, to that theme last night. And it's super cool looking, and I'm super happy with that. So that's on Twitch. And then I see a question from Katie, which is, how big was your team? So the 10-up team was, I don't remember who's been named, but it was me and two other people, specifically in our open source practice. So it's not actually very hard to figure out. So there were, there are three of us on the 10-up side, one in more of like a PM and helping with content capacity, and two of us doing engineering. And we are in kind of like opposite time zones, right? Like opposite sides of the world. So it was very much like one of us would be doing work in the overnight of the other person and kind of hand it off right in their morning to them so that we could pick up where the other one left off. Again, just constant work. On the Wide-Eye side, I want to say they had four or five people on the Wide-Eye side, and then we had a contact who you can probably all guess who that was in the Biden-Harris transition, a person very well known to WordPress people. And so we had him, who was our main interface on the actual like administration side. And so, you know, he got lots of questions from us all the time. But yeah, it was a small team. Sometimes that works out for the best, right? It's just not too much needing to pass on communications, all of that. We could just very agile, just constant Slack updates. We were very, very much in touch with each other. Not trying to like, you know, be shy about pinging somebody if you need something, all of that. We're just in regular, constant contact with each other, and just that method of working remotely, right? In a pandemic. Well, pre-pandemic. Was it during the pandemic? During the pandemic. I don't know what year it is anymore.
Yeah,
during
right.
the pandemic, right? It worked out. We're all over the world. So I think we're at time. I see Nason in the chat. Hi, Nason. Happy belated birthday. Yesterday was Nason's birthday. So
nice.
Yeah.
I was Wednesday, so now we have 3 in a row, which is very weird. So
Leader
yeah,
season.
cool. Thank you both, or thank you so much for presenting and for this talk. We really appreciate it. You can find helen.blog, as you mentioned. So check that out for sure. And then the session 2, I'm sure we'll be posting links in replays to any slides or anything that we can share. So thank you. Have a wonderful weekend.
All right. We'd like to thank our sponsors. The Grand Canyon sponsors are Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. And our Redwood sponsors are 10Web, Blackbird, CHRS Interactive, Domain.me, EasyWP, InMotion Hosting, Ionis, Nexus, a Liquid Web brand, Paid Memberships Pro, Pantheon, Posymyth Innovations, Shifter, and Stellar WP.
And everybody, just so you know, we have a sponsor interviewing coming up next for WooCommerce. After that, there'll be a break until 3 p.m. Pacific. You can check out the sponsor board, the sponsors and the jobs board, and leave feedback. Just use that menu at the top of your WordCamp US site. So thank you so much.
Hi, Bethel. How are you?
Hi, Michelle. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here and getting the opportunity to meet you and learn a little more about what's happening in your role over at Automatic and WooCommerce. So welcome. It's good to have you here.
Thanks.
So tell me a little bit, what is your favorite thing about working in your role?
Yeah, so I work as a developer for WooCommerce, and it's very difficult to pick up one thing because for me, it's a combination of multiple factors that makes working at WooCommerce a great experience. So for instance, I love our products because they are useful. We want to democratize commerce and they help people with their businesses. I also love the open source philosophy. So our main product, WooCommerce Core, is free and it's open source. And I really like the people I work with. We are distributed all over the world, and we have people from different cultures, different backgrounds. They're all very talented, very inspiring, but also very kind. We also have a lot of opportunities for learning, for growth, for leadership. So when I started working here in 2016, I started in customer support. And then 2 years ago, I made the switch to engineering, working as a developer.
And it's not like there's no opportunities in that company, because you do have some job openings too. So tell us, if people are looking for work, what kind of roles could they find within WooCommerce and also Automatic, perhaps?
Yeah, so our products are very successful and we're growing fast and we're looking for people to join us. So at WooCommerce, we have plenty of opportunities. We have positions in engineering, customer support, business development, marketing, finance, legal, I mean, you name it. So for WooCommerce, the best place would be woocommerce.com/ www.wordpress.com/careers, and you have to scroll down a bit in the page to see the listing. And we will also be at the job fair if anybody has questions. For Automatic in general, you can go to Automatic Work With Us, and from there you can see all the different positions and also apply. My advice, if anybody is hesitating to apply, is put your hesitations behind and just go ahead and do it.
That's wonderful. Well, Breathel Cordero, thank you so much for being with us today. And we look forward to seeing you at the job fair and at WordCamp US, and hope that I get to meet you in person someday when things are back to hopefully hybrid WordCamp, so that people around the world can still participate, but those of us who can travel can also see each other face to face.
Yes, that would be lovely. Thank you so much, Michelle.
We'll see you there.
Hey, everybody. I'm Topher. Oh, Kim's muted.
Here I come. I'm back. Oh, sorry about that. We can't not mess up once. This is live television,
Right.
people. Cool. So I hope you're all enjoying it today. I've been dancing in between during those little elevator music that they custom wrote. So I'm going to find out whose voices those are. If you know them, send me a message. I'm excited to know. So as a reminder, keep using the hashtag WCUS on social media and follow some funny conversations going around, including a Taco from Yoast meme that I saw. I want to thank our Grand Canyon sponsors. Our Grand Canyon sponsors are Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. We also want to thank our Yosemite level sponsors. That's Amazon Lightsail, Cloudways, Gravity Forms, Green Geeks, SiteGround, Weglot, WP Engine, and Yoast.
Our speaker this session is Kjell Reigstad. Kjell leads the theme design squad at Automatic. He's an avid contributor to the WordPress project, where he founded the block-based themes meeting and worked with Alan Cole to lead the 2019 theme. Kjell lives in a cozy red house outside of Boston. That sounds pretty great today. The talk title is Creative Use of Block Styles. Block styles are a great way to creatively customize blocks using mostly CSS. In this presentation, he'll talk about how Gutenberg can be a conduit for art and design, and share examples of block styles that turn standard blocks into works of art.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Creative Use of Block Styles. This talk is all about building mostly impractical block styles for the block editor, but I'm also going to explain why those styles are important and why I'd like to see more people building experimental things with WordPress. But before we jump in, my name is Kjell. I'm a design director at Automatic, where I lead our theme design squad. I'm at KjellR on Twitter, WordPress, GitHub, etc., just about everywhere. So with that, let me tell you what I'm going to take you through today. First, I'll tell you a little bit about why I experiment in the block editor and why I think doing so is important. Then I will talk about block styles. All of the explorations you'll see today have been done with block styles, so I'll give you a little primer into how they work. Then I'll take you through the actual examples, and finally, I will share some resources so that you can hopefully build your own weird block styles. I'm going to start by telling you about the first website that I ever built. I built it in the late 1990s when I was a teenager, and the whole site was in sort of an artsy punk rock aesthetic. It was all black and white and everything looked gritty and photocopied. I started the site because I wanted to share my artwork and reviews of punk albums and my teenage poetry with the internet, but it became a lot more than that. At one point, the site had a magic 8-ball powered by JavaScript. It had its own chat room, and it even had its own forum at one point. Most of this was completely useless, though, because the site didn't have any visitors. In retrospect, I think the real reason I built this site was just to learn and to grow. It was a creative outlet for me. So I'd see things in real life, like an album cover, or I would see things on the internet, like a magic 8-ball, and I would want to try to recreate that and see how it worked. This was incredibly important to my understanding of the internet at the time, and also to my growth as an aspiring designer. I'm positive that I wouldn't be where I am today without having done all of that experimentation. So fast forward to today. The vast majority of what we learn about at these conferences, and frankly what most of us do at our jobs every day, is not that sort of deeply personal, exploratory, and weird work. The sort of stuff that got me interested in building the web in the first place. Instead, we do a lot of practical stuff, and obviously that's incredibly important, and frankly, none of us would have jobs if we just explored all the time. But I do think that exploration is still very important, and I try to keep up a habit of building somewhat useless stuff just to explore and learn and to keep me connected with what got me into this business in the first place. So I thought that it might be nice for a change to share some of that for the fun of it work. I don't think we see enough of this stuff in the WordPress project, just pure exploration and art. So I'd like to share some of what I've been doing and hopefully inspire people to share their own weird explorations. As I mentioned earlier, the medium that I've been using to express these is block styles. So I'll talk through what those are and why I find them to be such an inspiring creative outlet. In the UI, a block style is something like this example here. Users can select that rounded block style and their block becomes rounded. Behind the scenes, all that does is assign a custom CSS class to the block, and that in turn applies some custom CSS. That's it. There's no complicated JavaScript or build process involved. A block style is just a CSS class and the rules for that class. Luckily for us, CSS lets you do a lot of things. Many of you may be familiar with the CSS Zen Garden from the vintage internet. This site took the same markup and applied a wide variety of diverse styles to it. Each style was incredibly creative and made you feel like you were on a completely different website, but in reality, it was just the site's CSS that was different. Block styles basically let us do that, but with blocks. Okay, so let's talk about how to make a block style happen. The first thing you need is just a little bit of PHP. You can also do this with JavaScript, but I'm focusing in on PHP for right now. This snippet could live in your plugin's PHP file or in your theme's functions.php, etc., wherever you want to put it. You add this registration to the init hook, and then the block style will show up in the editor. Right up at the top, you specify the type of block you want to apply this style to. In this case, I chose the image block. The name and label can be whatever you want. I'm calling this one rotate. And the style handle is the slug for the style sheet where your CSS lives. You need to register that style sheet, but this function will enqueue it automatically for you in both the front end and in the editor. Once your block is registered, you can move on to the CSS. The name that was defined in your registration function, rotate in this case, gets automatically prefixed with isStyle and applied to blocks with this block style applied. So all you need to do is assign any CSS rules you'd like to that class, and you have a block style. For this example, I'm going to add a little rotation animation. The not selector here is not required, but it's useful in this case to ensure that the block isn't rotating around and being incredibly annoying while you're trying to edit it. Here's that style in action. So I apply the rotate block style, and then deselect, and the block starts rotating. Easy. It's just a little PHP snippet and a few lines of CSS. So now that we have that out of the way, let's have some fun. Two quick things before we jump into these examples. The first is that rather than share every single line of code with you here, I'm just going to outline the general approach that I took for each of these. I'll share links to code examples at the end of the talk, but this will save us some time and also prevent you from having to process a ton of code while watching this video. The second thing is completely different. Just like my first website, all of the explorations here have been inspired by something that I saw on an album cover or a concert flyer, something physical in the world. So I'm going to open up each example with a picture for reference. The first block style we'll talk through is a photocopy effect. So I think that we're all generally familiar with what a photocopy looks like, but it does strike me that there's like a whole generation of people who've probably never actually used a photocopier in their life. So the traditional hallmark look of a photocopied thing is that it's black and white and it has really high contrast. Basically, every punk album cover in the world does this. So I wanted to see how I could create a photocopy effect in the block editor. The first thing I did was I registered a block style as we just reviewed, and then I jumped into the style sheet. All I needed here were a couple CSS filters. The first one makes things grayscale, and the second turns the contrast way, way up. I did some trial and error to figure out how much contrast I wanted. The one thing that's missing, though, is that grittiness that you get in a photocopy, the little bits of dust that sit between the glass and your piece of paper. So for that, I created a quick noise texture in Photoshop. I'm not sure that this will read depending on your screen, but there's some little dots, pixely dots in this square. I used a pseudo class to overlay that image on top of the block. I applied some more CSS filters to it and specified a mixed blend mode of exclusion so that the black image would reverse itself out and just let a little bit of the pixely noise shine through. So let's take a look at the final result. Go ahead and select the photocopy block style, and it applies that grittiness and the high contrast black and white to the image. It's relatively convincing. So once I had this effect working, I thought I'd take this one step further. My next example takes that photocopy effect and makes it far more complicated. This block style was inspired by this album cover. This album has that photocopy effect, but it also looks like it layers a bunch of torn photocopies on top of each other to create a collage. This one took a little bit of extra strategy, like how am I going to make this in the block editor? Because I knew that it needed multiple images to work, I pretty much knew I had to use the gallery block. So the first thing I did was to register a new block style targeting the gallery block, and then apply those photocopy styles to the gallery block itself. Then, I super aggressively moved all of these images in the gallery out of the layout and placed them on top of each other. I needed them to overlap, so I used a ton of z-index and absolute positioning hacks to get that to work. It was a complete horrible mess, but it gave me the effect I wanted. From there, I needed to actually rip up the images. So for this, I turned to SVG masks. First, I actually ripped up some actual paper, and then scanned it in and auto-traced that with Adobe Illustrator. I exported these as SVGs, and I made a lot of them because I really wanted each tear to look unique. Once I had those SVG files, all I had to do was apply them to the gallery images as SVG masks. I didn't want to use the same exact mask each time, so I used a bunch of nth child rules to make sure things looked just a tiny bit more random. So here's where that landed. We go ahead and select our gallery block, and then we apply the photocopy collage block style. Afterwards, all of our gallery images are stacked on top of each other. They all have a photocopy effect, and they also look like they are placed on top of torn paper. In general, I think this effect is pretty cool. It lets you take a bunch of random images and create something really artful with just a couple clicks. It's also pretty flexible, and it looks drastically different depending on which images you put in it. So let's continue on that photocopy theme for my third example. I'm not sure how many people will remember this, but if you're making a photocopy or a scan and you don't hold your paper still, your image will get warped. And sometimes artists do that on purpose to make really interesting warped text and photos. Here's a poster demonstrating that effect. The way that they did it is they printed out some text and then scanned or photocopied it while moving the paper around on the scanner to create those waves. I'm kind of obsessed with this effect, and I wanted to figure out how to make this available in the block editor. After some initial digging, I found that SVG filters can do something kind of similar. From the previous examples, you're all aware of CSS filters like grayscale and contrast. SVGs themselves support filters like that too. The main difference is that the set of available filters for SVG goes far beyond what's available to CSS natively, and you can also chain those effects together in really complicated ways. So this is a screenshot from svgfilters.com, which provides a UI for arranging and experimenting with SVG filters. If you're going to try messing with them, I highly recommend using something like this tool because it's really difficult to figure out how this works otherwise. So I messed with the settings there and created something that was kind of reminiscent of the warped photocopy text effect. I did end up needing to modify the values quite a bit by hand and do a bit of trial and error, but in the end it looked decent. So then I just needed to get that into the block editor. So the way that SVG filters work is that in CSS you reference an SVG file that lives somewhere else on the page. It cannot be an SVG entered in a pseudo class, and you can't reference the SVG as an external URL due to some browser restrictions. So after registering a new block style for the heading block, the first thing I did was add that SVG to the page. You can see how I did that here. There are far more elegant and specific ways to do this, but just echoing it in the footer did the trick for right now. Then, in the CSS file, I referenced that SVG by its ID and also applied a couple transformations to the element. I used a scale filter to stretch things out vertically a bit, and I also moved it over with translate Y. The SVG filter sometimes also moves things a bit, and all this does is recenter the text in the general area that it's supposed to appear in. So here's how that looks all together. We have a heading block, and we apply this warped block style to it. And like before, I applied this only to the deselected state so that editing the text is bearable, but it works. And a fun thing about this is that browsers all render this warp a little bit differently. So it looks different if you're using Chrome versus Safari versus Firefox. And if I were using this in the real world, that would obviously be a bit of a problem, but as a demo, I think it's pretty cool because if you were to create this wavy effect on a photocopier, it's a manual process, which means that the result will be a little different every time you did it. And this sort of reproduces that in the browser. If you look at it in a different browser, it's going to look a little different. And I think that's kind of a little fun quirk. So let's move on to my next example. The Blue Note record label is known for its absolutely iconic album cover designs. And one visual device that's used on a few of them is what you see here, these rectangles that sort of dance around. Both of these examples have a masked image peeking through the shapes, and in the one on the right, there's this red color layered over the image. After the previous explorations, I was pretty sure I could create something like this in the block editor too. It's really just a simple image mask. So, after registering the block style, the first thing I did was apply some filters to better match the high contrast look of those images. Then, I used both before and after pseudo-classes to overlay a couple other effects on top of that. The first one is just that noise texture from my photocopy style. The second one is a solid color with a mixed blend mode set to multiply. This will give the image an overall red hue. And here's how that looked so far. It's alright, but it's obviously missing the most impactful part, which is the shapes. So I went and created a quick SVG to mimic those rectangles. I could have just used this as an SVG mask to add those shapes in. And that would be basically the same process that I used in the photocopy collage block style. But I decided to change it up and use a clip path for a reason that will become obvious in just a moment. A clip path works similarly to an SVG mask, except you define the shape inline in the CSS by providing a set of completely incomprehensible percentage values to represent every single point along the shape. You can probably use a lot of really tedious math to help you convert SVG paths to this format, or you can just Google convert SVG path to polygon and have a computer do it for you. So that's what I did. And once you have your shape in there, the benefit is that you can actually animate a clip path. So I added a transition property and set a slightly different path to the hover state. And here is how that worked out. We have an image block here, and we go ahead and select the jazz cover block style, and everything is masked and has that red overlay on it, and it bounces around when you hover on it. So that brings us to our final example for today. This one was inspired by the back cover of a record that I purchased recently. I loved the playful shifted baselines on the black text here, and I wondered if it was possible to recreate that effect as a block style. The main barrier here is that CSS can't target individual characters within a string with CSS. You can target like the first letter to make a drop cap, but that's basically it. Luckily, it's possible to hack around that with JavaScript. There's a JavaScript library named lettering.js that can take any text string and wrap each individual character in a span tag. And this is an absolutely hacky, annoying thing to do, and you should never do it, but it was exactly what I needed. So I told you earlier that block styles are just CSS and a little bit of PHP, but I'm going to make a little exception here. There's really no concrete reason not to lean on JavaScript to help me achieve this, especially since it's just a little impractical demo. So I registered the block style for the heading block, and queued the lettering.js library, and then wrote a little extra JavaScript to ensure that my headings in the editor were dynamically converted to a whole bunch of span elements. But again, only when the block has been deselected. Otherwise, I'd have a lot of problems. The CSS for this one was pretty straightforward, actually. I made sure that these new spans all use relative positioning, and then I wrote a ton of randomish nth child rules to make them jump up and down. I wrote a lot of these rules. What you see here is just a small amount of them. It took a bit of trial and error to make this feel random, but it worked out all right in the end. And here's the result. We have a heading block again, and this time we select the baseline shift block style. And when we deselect, the individual characters jump up and down on a baseline, and I have them animating back to their starting point when you hover back over it again. So as you can see, it's far from practical, but it's a really interesting effect, and I am happy to see that it is working. And in case you're curious, I also did take this a step further to see what would happen if I really messed up the character positions. And it looks like this, which is absolutely completely unreadable, but still a fun exploration. So those are my examples for today. And I'm going to wrap things up in just a minute, but first I would like to share 3 links with you. The first is a link to the repository where you can find all of the working code from today's presentation. One caveat is that it is buggy. So if you know a better way to do any of the things that I've shown today, let me know. These are ongoing explorations. The second link is to a simple block styles boilerplate that I created a couple years ago. If you're creating your own plugin that features block styles, this includes everything that you need to get started. And finally, a link to the documentation for block styles. This includes all the basics, and it's a good reference for while you're building these if you run into any issues. So in closing, I just want to urge everyone to see what's possible with the new tools in WordPress. And I want you to think about what first got you excited about building things on the web. For me, that hook was the idea of building weird stuff and learning along the way. And so it was really energizing to reconnect with that through these experiments. And I really meant what I said in the beginning about how I think we need to see more weird exploratory work in the WordPress community these days. The software is at a really pivotal point, and there are a ton of new opportunities to dive in and create something with very little overhead, whether that's with block styles or block patterns or even block-based themes. So please explore and create. And if you do create something cool, please let me know. I would love to see it. That's all I've got today, so thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the talk, and I hope you enjoy the rest of WordCamp US. Take care.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Kjell, I don't think we've ever met.
I don't think so. Hi. Nice to
Hi.
meet you. Nice to meet you too, Kim.
Nice to meet you.
I really enjoyed your talk. That was really good.
Thank you.
We
It was fun
got
to
some
make.
really, yeah. I'll bet it looked really fun. I learned to make the web similar to you. Just seeing somebody do something on the web and go, "What was that?" and view source and try and do it on my own. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's probably a whole lot of people who got into the web that way. Because early on, that was like the only way to do it, frankly. And even today, like people, you just learn by exploring and finding code samples around and plugging things in and seeing what happens.
Yeah.
It's very true.
We got a whole
There's
bunch of
a lot of
really
copy
good questions
pasta
for
in
you.
my life, so yeah. Go ahead.
We got some really good questions for you, which is good because we have plenty of time. Somebody asked, do you think block styles are more theme or plugin territory?
That is a good question. And I think it's both, really. It depends. I can absolutely see a lot of value in like a plugin that provides a whole bunch of different block styles. But then at the same time, if you want your theme to be doing something really, really specific or really unique, then there's a lot of room for block styles to work there. So in the 2021 theme, for instance, like on the homepage in the demo, there's that like overlapping effect, and that's just a block style, and it's specific to that theme and was built in to achieve that. And so that's one way to integrate it, I guess.
Yeah.
I have a question from Mel Choice. Where are your favorite places to find inspiration? I think we know that the record store might be one option for that. So you can talk more about that, but yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, that's probably pretty obvious from the presentation. But I think expanding out from there, I think my favorite place to find inspiration for any design work I'm doing on the web is the physical world. I got into graphic design purely through print design. My education was all completely in print, and I just picked up web stuff on my own because I was interested in it. So I have a soft spot for printed material, and I think a big thing that I try to do in my design work on the web is just recreate stuff that I see in print on the web and make the web just as like vivid as, if you're walking down a street in New York and you have all the signage all around you, and if you're flipping through a magazine and there are like really interesting different layouts and designs on every single page. So yeah, posters, flyers, signage, magazines, etc., books, all kinds of printed matter are really my main source of inspiration.
That's really cool.
That's cool.
Tammie Lister wants to know, what tools do you dream of to create with?
I think, like specifically for Gutenberg, the things that I'm most looking forward to are more image editing tools. I think there's definitely room for, some sort of simpler, like Photoshop sorts of tools within the block editor itself. We're starting to get a little more of that with the new duotone filter, and now we can crop images and everything within Gutenberg. And I'm really looking forward to just having more and more of that, so that people can just really create with images in the editor instead of just placing them in there.
That sounds like a dream come true for someone who's always, exporting images people upload, processing them in Photoshop, re-uploading them. Even the crop,
exactly.
I just used it the other day for the first time, and I was like, wow,
Yeah, it really eliminates a step in the workflow.
Yes. So Julius Rainey asks, between client projects, how do you make time for experimentation?
That is a great question. So I do really keep it front of mind and try to find time. Sometimes it's weekends, but often enough I'm able to squeeze it in somewhere during the week. But if for some reason I'm feeling like I'm not doing that, I have a long-standing calendar item on my calendar for, an hour on Friday. And I don't know, I actually even spend an hour most Fridays, but it's there on my calendar, and it's just a time for me set aside to experiment. And even if I don't end up being able to do it at that time, it's a reminder every single week, 9 a.m. on Friday, I see this thing pop up and it's like, this is your time. Try to experiment with something now. And even if it is like a quick 5-minute thing that I try out, it's something, and it may lead to something else next Friday at 9 a.m. when I get the reminder again.
That is smart.
That's really cool.
I think I'm gonna go. Hold on, I need to add something to my calendar, like me time, right?
It's really important. It's really important because I think when so much more of the work that we do like is legitimately more important than some of those weird things that I was doing. And so it is, I think, important to remind yourself just to spend time doing something that is like just fun and pure exploration and allows you to just express yourself.
So Birgit wants to know, did you test your block styles paper cut with the refactored gallery block too?
Yeah, the demo in there and the demo that I linked to in the code is all done with the new gallery block. I had initially written that for the old one, and all I needed to do was just change a couple class names, and it ended up working just fine, which was a really good surprise for me because I thought it was going to be a lot more difficult.
That's cool.
We'll throw out a question if that's okay, Tabor.
Yeah.
So we talked about block styles and how that's like an awesome place to experiment. What other areas are you seeing in WordPress and newer releases that are ripe for that same experimentation?
Yeah, I think, I mean, the absolute best one, I think, is block themes. I mess with block themes all the time as well, and I could do a whole other talk on that probably. But I think one of the coolest things about it is that because the code that you need to actually just get a block theme out there and running is so small, you can just get a theme started really quick and then spend a lot of time just messing with it and doing interesting things. So like there's far less legwork to actually just get the theme out there, and you can spend so much more of your time refining it and doing weird things with it. There's actually a experiment that I did and wrote about on themeshaper.com that used that warped text effect that was in my talk, and so I combined that with a block theme and created this super weird glitchy block theme. And it took me, because I had that code written and it took so little time to write a block theme, it took me just a couple hours to get it all up and running. So there's that, but then also block patterns are also a really great, super easy way to just try things out, because you can, it's just blocks. So like add blocks there, try really messing with all of the new settings that are available, like padding and margins, and try recreating a poster that you found somewhere and see how far you can get. And pretty soon we'll be able to, everyone can just submit those patterns to the pattern directory and share them with the whole community. So we're getting very rapidly to a place where it's very simple to start contributing from a design perspective to the WordPress ecosystem by doing just simple block patterns.
I'm really excited about that. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Somebody would like a director's cut. Do you have any cool styles and experiments that you did that did not make it into the presentation?
Oh, yeah. I do. I've got a bunch. I have a whole folder of stuff that are from my 9 a.m. Friday sessions that I didn't have time to finish, or like I ran into a really horrible bug with and just set aside. But some of the other ones that I have partially working somewhere and hope to wrap up are, I have one that replicates like a glitchy television screen. So it adds scan lines and it uses SVG filters to like shift the RGB channels of the image, so it's like warped, and then it uses that really warped SVG filter to make it wavy and weird. I have another one that makes it look like it's kind of like the layered one that I showed with the rips of paper, except it does it with like whole circles of torn paper, and then it lays them out in sort of a weird grid overlapping each other, and makes sort of like a really weird organic blob of images. Oh, and then I have another one that I ended up not being able to achieve with the block style, but it was pretty simple to get it mostly working as a standalone block. And what that does is it ties into a JavaScript library that creates ASCII art, that converts static images to ASCII art. And so you can upload any image, and what it'll do is it just spits out an ASCII art animated graphic of that image and displays that. And I only got that working on the front end. The editor was more difficult. So that maybe I'll post that up at some point soon too, because it's mostly working. It works great in the front end. I just haven't been able to follow up and get it working everywhere.
That's awesome. My first paid web gig ever. The design was built for a text-based browser and used actual ASCII art.
That's wonderful. Wonderful. We need to see more of that. I want to see a bunch more like ASCII themes for WordPress.
That'd be awesome.
I definitely have like a love-hate relationship with theming. And, I love what your presentation showed, which is just the creative and the artistic side. I work in plugin territory. So when I'm trying to make my plugin front end stuff look good in themes, it's always like, it's very transactional section. So it's not artistic at all. It's, just what is the user expecting to see where. So this is like super fun to see. I think I need some experimentation time as well, just to get to stretch those muscles a little bit. So I guess on that question, for block styles and block themes, what role would those styles play in the block themes? So doing these block styles and drop-ins and stuff.
Yeah, so I mentioned that experiment that I did where I used the warped text filter to make like a really glitchy theme. And I think that Rich touched on this a little bit in his Q&A. Someone was asking about what role like CSS will play in block themes. And this is directly related to that because this is really just about CSS. And I think, in general, I think a lot of the base work of themes is not going to need any CSS at all with block themes because you can do so much through Theme.json. However, if you want to do something incredibly weird, like one of these demos, or if you want to, really like push the unique, odd quality of your site or do some sort of animation or motion, I think that is definitely a place where block styles and CSS are going to play a much bigger role because there's no, I guess like it's so much easier just to build that in as a CSS block style than to, build a custom block that does that. Especially if you're building like a one-off site for client or something like that. There's no need to build a whole block for it if you can just do it in CSS and it's done and it works and it looks good.
It's true.
It's true.
All right. Jeremy Ward, how are these examples so dang awesome?
I don't know if I can answer that one, but I do appreciate the question a lot. I would really like to see more people doing this stuff too. I think that when I first saw block styles becoming possible, I was immediately drawn to them because I love CSS and I love doing interesting, weird things with it. And I think that like as the WordPress ecosystem is changing with Gutenberg and with block themes and block patterns, etc., there are so many more avenues for people to jump in and make really interesting, cool stuff. And there is, I think the vast majority of what people share and talk about and present about is not the weird stuff. It's like the stuff that you did for a client, which is incredibly important. I spend in excess of 40 hours a week doing important things. But I think it's also super important just to do weird stuff and share it. So I really mean it when I say, if you make something interesting, please share it with me. I'm super excited to see it. And another thing about the block styles too is a door that's opened via Gutenberg is that it makes these things which could just be like static CodePen experiments into like it's almost like they're their own applications, you know, like the image filter ones that I've done. I could make that as a CodePen example and throw it up somewhere, and someone could see like, oh, cool, you can make a photocopy effect, and this is how you do it with CSS. But because I'm able to hook that into Gutenberg, it's not just this static demo, it's this thing that you can feed any image into, and you'll get a different effect every single time. And you know, any user of WordPress, because they know how to use a block, they know how to do this, and they know how to use it and be creative with it and create something interesting with it. So there's a lot of opportunity there, and I really, I'm excited whenever I see somebody make something really interesting. So definitely share more stuff with me. I would love to see it.
Do you have some number of clients you work with that are open to these more creative processing on images or layouts of things? Did you get to kind of stretch that muscle during the work week?
I do a lot. So I lead the theme design at Automatic, and essentially what I'm trying to accomplish in my job is to make WordPress themes really exciting and varied and diverse and very well designed. And we need a whole lot of different themes in order to do that. And so, you know, any weird exploration or something that I do or someone else on my team does, we were able to keep messing with that and try to create something cool with it, both for, you know, users of WordPress.com, where we release the themes, and also for the general WordPress community, where we're also releasing the themes for free too.
Super cool. It's good when the two can blend, that you can get a little bit of both on both sides.
Absolutely.
And that people are open to trying and doing these kinds of things. I think that's super cool.
I really admire your ability to look at something in physical space and recreate it digitally. Personally, I'm not super visually imaginative. If I make something that looks cool, something artistic, it's because I stole it from someone and twisted it somehow.
That's fine. That's totally fine.
And you know, we talked about how we learned how to build the web that way by just looking at somebody's design. I remember when HTML tables came out, and I thought, wow, I can make a bar on the left with a menu in it. You know, people weren't doing that yet. But one of the things I've seen from you today that excites me about Gutenberg is to be able to take filters that other people make and apply them to my photos and make them look cool, or to text, to anything. And so I would imagine you and people like you are going to continue to make cool filters forever. And at some point in years from now, there's going to be thousands and millions of them, and allow people to get really creative without having to know how to make their own filters, but still make great art.
I hope so.
That's really exciting.
When I did the first one of these, which was the photocopy effect, I showed it to someone and they said, oh, this is excellent. I will use this like on the top of my posts and in the form of like a featured image sort of thing. Because they would write blog posts, and you know, it's always really difficult to choose, you know, an image for your post. But the effect that I had done was like abstracting things and making them just, you know, kind of like abstract art, and so that was just much more fitting. And they didn't have to worry about, you know, exactly finding the exact right image, because they were actually just using this filter to create a piece of abstract art to put at the top of each of their posts.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's cool. I have a question. We also have one from Doc Pop. So I'm gonna ask mine, and then if Tabor wants to do the next one.
Okay.
Just watching CSS and browser, reliability of things? Kind of, what's your kind of rule of thumb for what is accepted across browsers, and how do you make those conversations to yourself?
Yeah, it really varies. I think that, and this is something that even the Gutenberg project has run into a few times. There was a PR that I was working on that was trying to use CSS Gap. I can't remember for which block, but it did not have, CSS Gap was not flexible. It was not possible to use with Flexbox for Safari up until very recently, at least reliably. And so we were really weighing, like, is this okay to push live now, or do we need to wait? And like, if we do need to wait, how long do we need to wait before we can make it live? But that's definitely always something front of mind, and it really depends on the project and the user base. In some cases, like the example that I showed with the warped text, and the browser support is a little different for every browser, and it renders it a little differently. In that case, it's a fun experiment, and I kind of like that it does that, so that was great. But if this was a client project and they wanted me to be warping their logo or something, and they really cared about how it would turn out, then I absolutely wouldn't do this, and I would just make a static image and put it in there, and that would be fine. So it's always something that you have to consider, and it just depends on what your client is, what your user is, and what browser versions they're using, and what browsers they're using, and it's going to be okay if things are not exactly looking the same way everywhere. Or just graceful degradation. Maybe somebody doesn't need that warped effect, and it's fine without it.
Maybe somebody just really likes Helvetica.
Maybe they want people to actually read the text, and so they don't want the warped effect. Then you won't
If you're
use
using
it.
Internet Explorer, you're not going to have warped text, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Here's one more from Doc Pop. Is there any album art style that you tried recreating as a block and couldn't get it to work?
Not yet, but I think that's probably because I've been actively avoiding it. The one that comes to mind is just hand-done illustration. So, abstracting something out to the point where it's an actual sketch or something like that. And I have been super interested in this for years, but I very rarely see any computer-generated like filter or something for photos that actually does look hand done. As I mentioned, I went to art school and did a lot of things with my hands, and it was really driven into me not to recreate something digitally if it's something that I can do physically. So they would not have approved of this photocopy filter, for example, because I can just photocopy it and then I did it. But I think the hand-drawn illustration is one of those cases where I really do adhere to that, because I think it would be really cool to be able to scan a photo in or filter a photo in Gutenberg or something and make it look like a illustration, but it's so hard to get right, and I don't think that it's worth it, really. If it doesn't look right, people are going to be like looking at it and thinking that's a little off, and you don't want that.
Yeah.
We already have AI generating our text on our website, so we maybe don't need an AI drawing. So
Yeah.
Do you ever print the things that you do? I feel like you taking art to the web. Do you ever reverse it and print out like things that you're proud of or hang them that you've designed with CSS?
Yeah. I actually did. At one point, I did use that warped effect and printed it out and put it on a T-shirt for myself. So yeah, that was a way of kind of like swapping this out and taking something that I could have done physically and doing it on the computer instead, but then taking it back out of the screen and wearing it on my shirt.
I think you just came up with like a Printful hybrid WordPress plugin thing where like the block becomes the shirt you order.
Oh,
Who's going to develop that?
Somebody should make a t-shirt brand called I Made This Shirt. I just have it say on the back, I made this shirt, but the front is whatever art you made. That'd be
With
cool.
the block editor. With block
With the
styles.
block editor.
Yeah. Probably powered by
with
WordPress.
sold with the WooCommerce block.
There you go. We got a new question coming in from Julius Rainey. They ask, what level of a developer skill set must one have to create block styles?
Yeah, I think the coolest thing about block styles is that you mostly just need to know CSS. You need to register the block style with either PHP or JavaScript, and you can pretty much copy and paste that from somewhere. It's just, maybe 5 or 6 lines of code, and then as long as you know how to register a style sheet too, which again is just a few lines of code that you can copy and paste, all you have to do is write CSS. And for that, as we've talked about, you don't need to know much CSS to do something cool because you can copy and paste from all over the internet, and
That's right.
And just mess with it and break it and see what happens. And block styles just make it really easy to use CSS to mess with blocks and create something interesting.
It's really cool. That's exciting for me. I don't know JavaScript very well at all, and so the whole Gutenberg thing has been spooky for me. But the idea that I can register a CSS file with PHP and then just go to town is pretty exciting.
That's what really attracted me to it in the first place, because I'm similar. Like I know enough JavaScript to get a little bit done, but I mean, I know CSS incredibly well, and so I was like, oh, I know how to jump into this. And there's definitely this impression that, in order to do things with Gutenberg, you need to know a lot of JavaScript, or you need to know about like complicated build processes and all kinds of, React and like all kinds of weird stuff. But this is one way that you can get in and just mess with blocks right away, and it shows up as an option like in the editor that's natively available to anyone, and it takes very, very little overhead to get it set up.
I will say, in your presentation, I saw an awful lot of CSS that I've never heard of before.
Well, CSS has rapidly grown in the last 4 or 5 years. It's been unbelievable and hard to keep up with, frankly.
Yeah. All right.
I feel like I'm kind of behind on how the block pattern and the library through WordPress.org and how you activate those in your WordPress site. Everyone might know this, nobody may, but and when you browse that library of things, do they install into your WordPress site like a plugin? Do they activate in some other way, or how are you leveraging the patterns in the?
Yeah, so the pattern directory right now, in fact, there's a PR that's working to have a little bit more clear integration with the pattern directory. So pretty soon, when you open up the pattern inserter in Gutenberg, you will see like featured patterns from the pattern directory right away in there. And it just feeds in through an API. And so eventually, once anyone can just submit a pattern to the pattern directory, they'll be searchable and they'll show up in anyone's WordPress install anywhere just through that API automatically. And that is very cool, because you could just add something there and have it available to anyone, anywhere to try out.
Do you think the same could exist for block styles?
Get there? I think it would be very cool, but it is a little more complicated, just because block patterns are purely Gutenberg code, whereas block styles obviously are other code sources like CSS, and so I haven't heard any talk about integrating that directly, but I do think it would be very cool. And at the very least, I think I would love to see, some plugins that are just collections of tons and tons of block styles that are all weird and do a whole bunch of things for you.
Yeah.
Definitely for a plugin, it sounds like a great way to leverage both your default block appearance and then use block styles to create variations of it. So they might not be as artistic and interesting, in the plugin sense, but still smart to leverage and smart to learn.
We've got 1 minute left here. If I wanted to learn more about this stuff, where would I go? Do you have a blog where you put these little examples out regularly?
I shared at the end of the talk. If you go to github/kellr/wcus-block-styles, all of the code from the talk is there. And I'm at Kjell on Twitter and kjellr.com. So reach out to me, and I'm happy to share more stuff or see what you're working on, because I would love to, again, see more weird things.
Do you ever publish your Friday morning stuff anywhere, like a blog or something?
Usually what happens is I'm anxious to just get back into my other work, and so I just toss it up on Twitter somewhere. But especially when I was getting this talk ready, I was like, okay, I need to get a repo together and put it all there and get the code public. So hopefully I'll use some of that time Friday mornings to keep that up and share more frequently.
I've heard WordPress is pretty cool for blogging and putting stuff up.
It's true. It's true. Definitely.
I think I'm gonna have to go look at my cookbook library and find a cool cover to recreate as a block style. That'll be what I think about
give
doing.
it a shot.
That would be
cool.
Let
me know
the
when you
equivalent
do.
of records here. Cool. Thank you so much, Kjell. Thank you for presenting and enlightening us to all the opportunities with block styles and to be more artistic in our development.
Thank you. I enjoyed this.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And we also want to thank our sponsors. The Grand Canyon sponsors are Bluehost, GoDaddy Pro, Jetpack, WooCommerce, and WordPress.com. The Redwood sponsors are 10Web, Blackbird, CHRS Interactive, Domain.me, EasyWP, InMotion Hosting, Ionis, Nexus, a liquid web brand, Paid Memberships Pro, Pantheon, Posimus Innovations, Shifter, and Stellar WP.
And thank you everyone for watching, and thanks for watching us. Me and Topher really appreciate you. This is the last piece in the Columbia track. So I'm going to queue up a sponsor interview with Jetpack, and then there'll be a break that ends at 4:15 Pacific. You're going to want to head over to the Yukon track link for the final session and closing remarks. So we have Josepha is presenting a talk, Grow Your Story. So that'll begin up again, Yukon track at 4:15 Pacific.
Welcome, Brandon Kraft. Thanks for being with us and explaining a little bit about Jetpack and why Jetpack is part of our global sponsor team, why they're sponsoring WordCamps and WordCamp US. And we have a few questions for you. So the first question I'm going to ask you is, what is your favorite thing about working on Jetpack?
I mean, really, I came to Automatic in love with the open source aspect of WordPress. And what I loved about Jetpack was from the very beginning, we're 10 years old now, it was all about how to bring the special sauce of WordPress.com to everyone who wants to use WordPress on their own servers and their own environment. So for me, what I love most about working on Jetpack is being able to bridge Automatic and the WordPress community and bring all the open source bits together. So really, it's the community. It's being able to work with people outside of Automatic, as great as my coworkers are. But I really love being able to take all that work that WordPress.com has built and bring it to everyone.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, when they think about WordPress, when they're not in the community like this, they don't necessarily know that WordPress.com is different than self-hosted WordPress. And so to be able to share those things back and forth between the basically two different projects, which are utilizing a lot of the same resources, of course, it's actually pretty special. So that's pretty awesome. And I always say that it's open source community too, not just open source software, right? So
absolutely.
We're all people that can actually communicate with one another, which is pretty awesome. So what kind of positions are available at your company that you're aware of?
Really, right now, we are hiring for just about everything. On the technical side, JS, React developers, PHP developers. If you want to work on mobile apps, both like the WordPress app, WooCommerce app, Tumblr app, we're looking for iOS and Android. On the non-technical side, we are hiring happiness engineers, our support team. Both those that work with regular folks, as well as those that work with enterprise with our VIP division. We need help with finance. If you want to be a revenue accountant for Automatic, we're hiring for that as well. So really right now, just go to automatic.com, click on work with us. You'll see there's probably 2 or 3 dozen different positions that we're hiring for right now. So if you're hearing this, we probably have a job open that would fit you.
You don't have to be a developer to work.
Not at all. No.
I just love. Thanks for sharing us. Is there any last parting shots or ideas or anything you'd like to share with us before I let you go?
All I just want to say is thank you all for being part of WordCamp. If you haven't checked out Jetpack in a while or haven't checked it out at all, check it out. Run it on your site. Let us know what you think about it and how we can make it better for you and whoever's visiting your site.
Sounds great. Well, thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you at WordCamp. And if anybody has questions for Brandon, I'm sure he's going to be around at WordCamp today. So take a look around and meet a bunch of the people that make WordPress. Thanks.
Right, sounds great. Have a great day.
You too.
Word
learn JavaScript deeply. When you start thinking in blocks, you can look at pretty much any website on the web and see, almost like when Neo sees the code behind the matrix. Start thinking in blocks and see code behind the matrix. Start thinking in blocks and see the WordPress core community on WordPress.org. All the amazing developers, agencies, plugins, themes, the entire WordPress ecosystem that really makes WordPress work. Developers, learn JavaScript deeply. Developers, learn JavaScript deeply. Developers, learn JavaScript deeply. There's never been a better time to learn and invest in improving your WordPress skills. Developers, learn JavaScript deeply. It's never been a better time to learn and invest in improving your WordPress skills. Developers, learn JavaScript deeply. So with that, we come to the end of our first ever virtual distributed WordCamp United States